This interview is a part of the Oklahoma Historical Society's Oral History Program, Living Legends Collection. This interview was originally conducted on December the 21st and 22nd, 1972. The interviewer is Mrs. Mary B. Roberts. The interviewee is Mr. Orlando Walkling. That's Walkling. This interview took place in Modesto, California. This material is being re-recorded on April the 21st, 1989, for inclusion in the permanent collections of the Oral History Program by Judith Michener.
Testing. This is Mary B. Roberts on an interview with Mr. Orlando Walkling, Modesto, California, December the 21st, 1972.
I was about 13 years old, I think, and I told him I had seen two trains, two railroads, and an engineer in the caboose.
Yeah.
And I thought that if I could ever learn to do that, would be the highest part of my ambition. I thought that would be perfection. I didn't want no better job than that. Well, he told me if I'd go to Topeka, Kansas with him. I don't know whether that cemetery was in Kansas or the territory, but I think it was in Kansas. Well, he would get me a job in the Santa Fe Railroad shops, and I could learn to be an engineer. He had paid me $8 for about 2 weeks or longer work in that cemetery. Well, I went to Topeka with him on the railroad, and in Topeka he took me to the Santa Fe shops, and there was lots of machinery and maybe 100 men work in there. Had lathes and all kind of machinery to fix cars and locomotives. Well, the Kingman, the boss's name was Kingman. He had long black whiskers, and he told me that he'd put me to work. He'd give me a job, but I'd have to wait probably a week before there was a vacancy where he wanted me to go. Well, the engineer that took me went away. He paid my railroad fare up there and was nice. And I still had my $8. Well, I went out on the streets in Topeka. That was when they first started to build the state capitol there. And I seen flat cars with one big flat rock on the flat car, covered nearly all of it. And they had a rigging overhead and arms stuck down, 3 of them, with saws on. And those saws, those arms would swing them saws back and forth over that rock and cut it in lengths for this building. Well, I seen a kid there that I had seen before. His name was Grubb. He's about my age, and he told me that he could get me a job the next day. I didn't need to wait for that job. That's where I made a mistake. I should have got the job in the shops. But I went with this kid to his home, and there's a big school at Topeka. And there's a lot of kids go to school that don't live there, and they board there. There's a big building. This boy's name was Grubb, Ed Grubb, and his folks run that building that they boarded lots of kids that went to this school. And they called it Grubb Hall.
Yeah.
The man's name was Grubb, and they called it Grubb Hall.
Yeah.
Well, that kid said he'd get me a job of driving a team. horses. Now, I had been used to working horses all my life, and he said that there's a great big washout in the corner of the fairground in Topeka. There had been a kind of a flood, and it washed a ditch out that was, well, maybe 40 feet wide and a quarter of a mile long. And a man named Jim Young had took a contract to fill that ditch up, and they had to drive horses on a wheel scraper, uh, a machine that the team pulled, and it scraped up a load of dirt in it, and then you could pull a lever down, and that would raise that load up on the weight of it on the wheels. Well, then we'd take that and dump it in that ditch. Well, I had worked there for a week or two, and the man that owned the team's name was R.B. Steele, and the boss that he had hired to fill that ditch up, his name was Jim Young. Well, while we was they had just finished a new streetcar line in Topeka, Kansas, just got it through. It pulled two coaches with a steam engine, and the end of that streetcar line was just across the street from the barn that I slept in, where I had the horses that I worked.
And you slept in the barn
I slept in the barn
with the horses?
overhead.
Uh-huh.
Barn was a hay mow full of hay.
Oh.
Well, I slept up there, and this Jim Young got a place for me to eat. This Grub Boys folks would have boarded me cheap, but there was a place a little closer that I ate. Well, now I went downtown on that streetcar line one night, and right at the end across the street from the barn that I slept in was a big new building they called the Capitol Resort, and there was a lot of they had a dancing platform, and they had refreshments and pop and all kinds of cold drinks and ice cream, and whole crowds of people would come out there in the evening on this streetcar line to get see the line and have a picnic, you know. Well, now I had went downtown, and I was tired. I'd worked all day driving that team and pulling that lever and dumping the dirt and going back and getting more. I was tired, and I went to sleep on that car. It was 3 miles or something like that. Well, a fellow woke me up, was shaking me, and he wanted to borrow my pocket knife to cut a piece of tobacco off of another boy's plug. Well, I gave him my knife, and I went right back to sleep. And when I got to the barn, I was just got off of the car and went to the barn, and I seen 2 men standing on the porch of this Capitol Resort across the street there with white shirts on, and one of them came over there to me, and he said he was the sheriff of that county, Shawnee County, Kansas, and he had raided that Capitol Resort that night. Now, there had been an election in Kansas and just shortly before that, and they voted whether they could sell whiskey or not, prohibition. And he said for me to come with him. He asked me if there was anybody else in the barn, and I told him yes, there was another fellow asleep in the hay. And he said to wake him up and to come with him to the back door of this Capitol Resort. It was on the side of the hill, and the back door was lower than the front. And the first floor was level with the ground, or was under the building, you know. It sloped steep, and the back door you could go right into the basement of the building. Well, he took this boy and I in there, and there was a box bigger than a wagon bed with the sideboards on, full of beer bottles, all full. And he told us to carry them bottles out of the back door, downhill a little ways further, and it was all grew up with big weeds. And there was a wall down there, and they had the hoodlum wagon backed up to that wall, and he had this other boy and I carry that beer and in baskets and dump it over the wall into the hoodlum wagon, and we fill it up, and then they took it away for just a little bit and brought it right back and backed it up again. It must have been 2 or 3 loads of that beer bottles. They took it, I think, to the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then there was 3 barrels in there, wooden barrels with no heads in them, standing there open, packed full of whiskey flasks, all full. Nice looking bottles, clean. Well, he had this other man and me to carry that out and load in the hoodlum wagon. Well, now that's where I made a bad deal. I took and throwed a bucket full of them whiskey flasks out in them weeds. Well, when we got through, the sheriff told that boy and I to go to the courthouse and they'd pay us for work. Well, before daylight, I went and picked up half of a sack full of those whiskey flasks. And I never drank 1 drop of it, or I never sold a drop of it. But I give it to them boys that was working with me. I was the only young in the outfit. Well, now this,
About how old were you then?
I was I guess I was 13, or maybe between 13 and 14. I was the only young boy in the job. There was about 20 of us driving those teams, filling that up. Well, I gave them whiskey, and they thought I was a big guy.
Yeah.
And Jim Young, the boss, he was having fun with me. I know. He'd tell me how bad they whipped the fellas in jail, and how they made them sleep on the concrete floor and do so much work, or else they'd whip them. And they treated the convicts bad, and for me not to let them catch me. That the first thing I'd know, I'd be in the jail, and they treated you worse than dogs in there. They didn't made you sleep naked on a bare concrete floor. And he says, now don't you let them get you. Well, I seen the hoodlum wagon one day in the evening, in the afternoon. I seen it headed that way, down the street. And old Jim said to me, he said, "Kid, you better hike. They're coming after you right now, coming after me." Well, I left that team and I run to the railroad track, and there was a big pile of ties there, railroad ties. Well, I crawled in between them ties and I waited till night. The hoodlum wagon never came any closer. That's the only time I seen it, when I first started to run. Seen it headed that way. Well, that night I caught a flat car. The train came by, and I caught a flat car that was loaded with trucks, that is, wheels and axles of railroad cars. The 2 wheels, a wheel and an axle, and then the other wheel. And that flat car that I caught was loaded with them. And there was another old man in there, in that car. Well, he says, "Where are you going?" And I says, "Well, I want to go to Kansas City." I had a few dollars. I had got, maybe $10 with me. The old man well, know where I was headed, and he says, well, now this train don't go to Kansas City. It switches off at a town by the name of Lawrence, Kansas. It switches off
Yeah.
and don't go to Kansas City. So you get off at Lawrence and catch another train that does go to Kansas City. Well, just then we seen a brakeman coming from the caboose, from the back end of the train, coming on top of him carrying a lantern. And this old man crawled under those axles of those cars, but he left his feet stick out. Well, now the end of the wheel of the car lacked about a foot of coming to the edge of the car. And there was two planks. It was about 3 feet high at least, two planks on the side, and there was a crack between them planks. Well, I crawled right in between the end of those wheels and the side of the car, and I had my face right close to one of those cracks. I could see right out there. It was 4 inches wide, I guess. Well, I seen the brakeman get down there and come across those axles, and he seen this old man's foot, and he drug him out. And he said that his orders to put tramps and anybody off of that train. They didn't have no business. Well, the old man offered to give the fellow what little tobacco he had and his pocket knife if he let him ride on to this town, Lawrence. Well, the brakeman shook his head and said no. His orders was to put him off. Well, the old man told him that he thought he must be a pretty low down scamp to throw a man off of that. How could he? The train was going like everything. Well, then I heard the old man talk sassy to the brakeman, and I heard a gun go off, and I seen the old man just turn two flip-flops over the side of the car down on the train was on a grade. It was up higher. Seen the old man turn two flip-flops over that. Well, that didn't help me from being scared. Well, I got to Kansas City all right, and I got a job leading a horse that pulled brick and mortar up in a new building. There's building, a big brick building. I'd lead that horse so far and pull a wire cable and just hooked into the cable. It went further. Well, then that would pull a wheelbarrow full of brick up so far and let an empty one down, excuse me. Well, I was getting along pretty good. I liked that job. That horse was nice.
I want to ask you a question. Did the brakeman ever find you?
No,
In the
no,
car?
he never found me. I lived for 35 years at least, being kind of afraid of every strange feller I'd meet for fear he was after me.
That's a good expression,
That's
You could always imagine he was right around the next post or the next corner, couldn't you?
stranger I'd see coming toward me, I would run, especially if he had a police cap on.
Yeah.
Now, I never have been drunk.
But you stayed hidden so well in that flat car that he didn't find
Yes,
you.
and it was, I know I walked 200 miles. After I got the job in Kansas City, I seen two fellas coming in the building. At the end was a ramp come up to a window that the building wasn't finished, just a hole open, where I had led that horse up that ramp into the building where this cable was. And I seen two fellas come in
You thought they
there, and I thought they was police. Well, I got out at the other end of the building, and I know I walked 200 miles before I got another job. I got a job there with two boys and their mother, on a farm was putting up hay. Their mother was an awful nice old lady. She patched my clothes and preached to me a little, tell me how to be good and all that. I think she was really a religious woman. She
Were
was
you
nice to me.
were you ever a member of any of the early churches?
No, ma'am. No, I never belonged to any church. Never have yet. I've never been to a church but a very few times in my life.
Let us rest.
I've been to election meetings and school meetings and things at churches, but I went to this church up here twice in the last year just to see some old friends. But the preacher and his wife and 2 children's been down here a time or two to visit with me.
Well, good.
And I tell them that I have done the best I could my whole life and never have been arrested. They never caught me yet. I have a crazy notion to write a letter to the sheriff of Shawnee County, Kansas, and tell him if they have an escape yet, why, I'm here and I would give up if they were to come after me. I've had a crazy idea.
Let's rest just a little bit on that. We've had one story from Mr. Walkling, and we're now going to begin our interview in sequence. We'll take first his boyhood days and what he remembers of his early tribal associations in the Choctaw Nation. Mr. Walkling, could you tell us something about your mother and when you were born?
Well, lady, I don't know what to tell you about my mother, excepting that she was extra smart and learned lots of English words and expressions. And I think she knew nearly as much about the moon as they do today. She could describe the dates and the time with her fingers by making a circle and dividing it with lines across it, expressing the time of year and the movements of the moon and the earth by, for instance, a child had died and a neighbor came and asked when it died. Why, she would make a ring with her fingers and hold it up to represent the moon. And she would make a mark across the circle with her finger for a half of a moon or a quarter of a moon. And that represented the way the dates that the moon had changed. And she had a remarkable remembrance of days and seasons of the year by the changing of the moon.
Mm-hmm. That was the way they kept the time then.
Yes,
they
ma'am.
recognized the time.
Yeah.
Who was your father, Mr. Walkling?
My father's name was Walkling, Orlando Walkling. He was an Englishman, and he came to America a couple of years before his mother and his brother came. Mm-hmm. And when he first came, he soon after he had landed, he married my mother. And when his mother and his brother came to America, they found that my father had married an Indian. Well, they thought and understood that Indians were cannibals
Oh,
and the very lowest down specimen of humanity. And they was ashamed and thought my father had disgraced the whole English
yeah.
company.
What a shame.
And they treated my mother worse than if she had been a slave. My mother wasn't too good to do their washing and their cooking and all of the labor, but still she wasn't good enough for them to hardly speak to.
And you have an older sister, I believe.
I have an older sister, I think 13 years older than I.
What were the Indian names given?
My older sister's name was Nuckyman.
Say that again.
My older sister's name was Nuckyman.
And your mother?
My mother was Puscatum Squaw. My father was Puscatum, and she was his wife, and her name was Puscatum Squaw.
I see. And your Indian name?
My name is Skipple Casseet. I don't know just what that means in English, excepting that my grandfather, that was my mother's father, and my mother both thought that I would be a wonderful man when I was matured.
So that's what your name means then.
My grandfather's name was Wapoponato in Shawnee. Well, after my grandmother died, he married a Sac and Fox woman, and the Sac and Fox's name was his Shawnee name was Wapoponato, and his Sac and Fox name was Puscatum. He had two names, you might say. All the latter part of his life that I knew anything about, he lived with the Sac and Foxes.
Now this was your father.
That's my father.
And your
My grandfather.
your grandfather.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were born about where?
As near as I know, I was born somewhere between where McAllister, Oklahoma now is, and Oklahoma City. West, I think, of McAllister. Along the south side of the South Canadian River, there was an old couple of white people lived there, southern people.
Was that before the strip was open now?
Yes, ma'am, way before. See, I was 26 years old when the strip opened.
Oh, you were 26.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
then this would make it way back then.
Way back there, yes, ma'am. There was an old couple that lived real close to where I lived by the name of Westbrook. The old lady was a very nice old southern woman. And the old man was a great dog man. Had lots of dogs and had them trained to hunt deer and all kinds of game in the Choctaw Nation or in the whole Indian Territory. They had one especially fine dog. They called it Hunter. Well, the lady, Mrs. Westbrook, got sick, Well, I had cut limbs off of trees with the leaves on and fanned the flies off of her. And I'd get a fresh can of water for her to drink. And I'd put a wet cloth on her head. Well, she thought I was a wonderful boy.
And about how old were you then?
I was probably between 5 and 8. And the old man and old lady got attached to me, and they wanted me to stay with them permanently. And they offered to give me old Hunter, give that dog to me if I would stay and finish my life with them as their son. And I didn't like dogs. They later some surveyors and other government men camped close to where these folks lived, and they had a lot of food stuff stored in tents, like bacon and flour and canned goods. Well, this old man's dogs would break into their tent and destroy a lot of their stuff. And I didn't admire the dogs or didn't like them the same as the old man Westbrook and the lady did, and still live. And destroy a lot of their stuff. And I didn't admire the dogs or didn't like them the same as the old man Westbrook and the lady did. And still they thought that they was giving me the main thing that they lived for was to make me a present of old Hunter. And that's some of my early recollections.
Yes. As a little Indian boy in your tribal surroundings, what games did the little Indian boys play?
Well, nearly all of them that I can remember would chase each other and wrestle, or put a little stake in the ground and split the top of it and put a little small object like a penny in the crack of the stick they had stuck in the ground, so it would be up a foot or more from the ground, and they would shoot at that little object with their bow and arrow, and if they could knock it off, why, they'd grab it and climb it, and had lots of fun of that kind. And they always had ponies and colts, baby colts, and they would play with them. And I don't know of any particular games that the small kids played until they got old enough to ride their ponies in races and such as that. Although they enjoyed themselves, the ones that could swim better than the others were the one that could outrun the rest of them.
It was all competitive sports of some kind then,
Yes, ma'am.
seeing which one was the best, seeing which one was the strongest.
Well, I guess in the swimming contests, I think they were more proud of than any other sport that they could do. The one that was the best swimmer or could dive under the water and stay longer, or catch a fish in their hands under the water and such as that. That was a great sport. And the rest of them admired the one that could beat.
Tell us something about the food that you lived on then. Times were hard, you said, and that your mother had to be very ingenious.
Well, I would prefer to tell what food that people could subsist on and quite often had to, was berries and leaves and rabbits, quails, birds' eggs, and prairie chickens, roots of lots of plants, and a number of big trees that the roots were palatable and nourishing and could live for longer periods on that kind of food than anything else, although salt was scarce and was quite an object. And if you had a bag full of salt, why, you could trade a teaspoonful for half of a hog or other food stuff that could be kept, and they use the food for on the food that they eat and then to preserve meat with. And a man that had a supply of salt was considered rich.
I guess. Did you have any buffalo in that area, or was it north of there?
Yes, ma'am. There in the Choctaw Nation, especially the level prairie and where there wasn't so much timber and brush, where the buffalo preferred.
Oh.
And there wasn't so many, but although every once in a while a bunch of buffalo would come through the camp that my mother had made.
Oh. And that then was food for quite a while, wasn't
Yes.
it? Tell us something about the skills that your mother had.
The skin.
Skills,
Oh.
what she could do, and what she taught you.
Well, my mother was an expert tanning hides of all kinds of small animals that were caught, and now and then a beef hide or a calf hide. She could make real good leather, although it was a very slow process and lots of work of shaking and stomping and rubbing the hides would take some time, but she made some very nice leather. I today have one little moccasin, I think, of the first pair that I ever wore. I have it today yet. It's hanging up right there.
We'll get a picture of that presently. We'll get a picture of the little moccasin, the first one you wore.
Okay.
That would be back then about that was made about 18 and 60.
I don't know.
According
I
to
was probably 5 years old when I wore that.
you were about 5. Then it was probably 1870 something then.
Something like that.
I was just trying to keep the dates straight on these things. Did she know how to make bows and arrows, or was
Yes,
that
ma'am.
instruction from?
That was generally the men's job.
Yes. Did you learn to make them?
Well, never expertly. I knew how and could if I had lots of time, the right kind of material. We preferred burdock. It's a thorny tree, and the wood is yellow. The wood is yellow, and it's very pliable and bend and hard to break, and that was what we all preferred to make the bows out of. It
Did you-
grows plentifully in Oklahoma today.
Yes, that's right. Did you gather it at a certain season of the year?
No, the bark on the big elm trees was easily peeled off in certain seasons of the year, and we could take the slabs of that bark and build teepees of them. I think the best teepees that they ever made was of elm bark off of a big tree by cutting a ring around the tree close to the ground through the bark. And then about 2 feet above it, cut another ring around the tree through the bark. And then take an axe or a tomahawk and split the bark down in one side. Split a line up and down the bark. Well, then by being careful on the edges of the place that we had split, we could peel the bark off clear around the tree in a slab, maybe 3 feet wide and as long as the distance around the tree, and set them up edgeways on the ground around our tent poles, and fasten the pieces of bark in slabs all around the poles with strips of narrow bark, generally used. Pawpaw bushes made the best strings to tie the big slabs of bark at the ground, and then above that layer would put another slab overlapping it a little bit like shingles. You could make a real good teepee. It would last for a number of years out of elm bark. I helped make a number of them. My mother was an expert at it.
Do you remember any particular incidents that happened while you were living in the teepee and in the tribal? Who was the chief? Do you remember any of your chiefs?
Well, a family of Indians would start by a village that had grew till there was more people than there was game and fish and food stuff in the neighborhood. Well, some young Indian that was strong and athletic and all of that would get married, and he'd take his wife away, maybe 100 miles, and start build them another teepee, and raise a family, and his name would generally represent another tribe of Indians, and the whole country all over the United States was different tribes of Indians, all starting from the first. They were all of that
Tribe.
Denomination or
Yes.
whatever you'd call
That particular family.
it. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any of the names of those early Indian families?
Well, the names of the tribes that are in existence today was the name of the chief that started
At
it.
that time? Uh-huh.
The Indians, the Shawnees, and the Second Foxes, I think I know more about the names that they used than any of the rest of the few. A male of a horse or a man or any kind of an animal, the male was a knockany. Knockany.
Was what?
Like you'd describe a bull, a cow, any cattle breed was a walker, and a knockany represented the male. If it was a bull, his name would be Walker Knockany. And if
Can
it-
you spell that? How would you spell that? I don't.
I couldn't spell it.
All right.
A horse's name was Isoba in Shawnee and Second Fox. A horse's name was Isoba. And if it was a male horse, his name would be Isoba Knockany. and if it was a female, chi. I don't know how to spell it, but it just chi was
Yeah.
a female
Uh-huh.
of any kind of an animal. And a mule,
Did that apply to women also?
ma'am,
Did that apply to women?
yes, chi.
Chi.
Now, a mule is an isoba is a horse, and you'd hold your hand at the side of your head as represent big ears.
Yeah.
It meant a mule,
Uh-huh.
and if it was a male, it would be isoba nokani with your hand to your ears. I don't think that the second foxes or the Shawnees had over 150 words at the most that meant the thing that you're talking about. It was,
150?
yes, I don't think that's about all.
And the rest was signs?
With your hands or your fingers.
The rest
Now
was...
to count teak was 10, and
Now then, back to your mother. You were talking something of how she made so many things, your moccasin and things. How did the Indian women dress in those days, and how did she dress you as a little boy?
well, our clothing was scarce.
That's right.
They always had a loincloth anyhow.
Yes.
Of course, in cold weather, we'd wrap ourselves in blankets or buffalo skins. We managed to keep from freezing.
And then you had fires in your...
Just have
Teepee.
a fire in the teepee, and the tent poles didn't come together at the top. There was plenty of room for the smoke to go out.
That's right.
And we laid leaves and brush around the fire in the middle, and we had some blankets, and we was very careful about what kind of wood we burned on that in that fire, for fear that some wood would spark and pop, and sparks would set their burn holes in their blankets, and they was very particular about their fuel, but they managed to keep warm, and they laid their beds on the ground around the fire, and sometimes a dozen people could sleep in a tent very comfortably in a teepee.
And do you remember your mother? You spoke of her hair, and do you remember how she was dressed and how she looked?
Well, I can remember, but I don't think I could describe it to you. My oldest sister had wonderfully long hair, black, and she rode a black pony. And I know that you stand off at the side and look at her on the pony on the run. Her hair stuck out behind further than the pony's tail did.
And you said your mother's hair turned white?
My mother died, I think, when she is 58 or 60, probably. I went to see her, made a long trip to see my mother before she died, and her hair was white as snow.
It was real white.
Real white.
You told me when you were a young boy, probably between 7 and 10, of a trip that you made into Texas for a year. Let's talk about that trip.
All right.
How your mother made it, and what transportation you had.
My older sister married a man. His name was H.M. Schoff, S-H-O-F-F. He was a surveyor, and he was a very smart and well-educated man. But his health wasn't as good as as it should be. Well, he had made quite a little money. I don't know how much, but he was considered pretty well to do. And he thought if he moved to Texas, at a certain part of Texas, his health would be lots better. And he wanted to go into the cattle business, although he didn't know but very little about cattle and the handling of them. But he went to Texas, close to a little town named of Borney, Borney. It was a small town about 30 miles from San Antonio. There was a storekeeper in the town. His name was Joe Dinger. And there was a hotel, and an old man and his daughter run the hotel. I can remember that about the hotel. And this ranch that my brother-in-law had bought was about 3 miles from Borney. Had a wonderfully nice house built by Mexicans of stone, a good deal like marble, although it wasn't like the Italian marble. There was some stones in the house that man had worked a week carving flowers and birds and objects on that stone. And it was built for hot weather. The ceiling of the house was canvas, and there was open holes around the ceiling to let fresh air through there. It's made for well ventilation. And the snakes was plentiful, and we couldn't keep them out of the house. We had a divan, I guess you would call it, was a nice one, was covered with horsehair, braided like cloth, and it had springs in it. And I can remember well of laying on that couch and feeling some kind of a commotion under me. And I'd get up, and there were springs under the cover of the couch, and snakes would get between those springs, and when I'd lay on it would pinch me. And they would flop their tails and have a commotion. And it was nothing for us to wake up in the night. And my mother had some birds that she had hanging on a string in the middle of the room. And we'd hear the birds flutter, and a big snake had got on a chair and reached over 3 or 4 feet and got onto another piece of furniture a little higher, and then could reach out 5 or 6 feet further and get on the bird cage and wrap around it, and the birds would flutter and flop, and if we didn't get out, and we didn't very often kill the snake in the house, we'd just run them out and step over them and didn't pay too much attention. And none of us ever was bit or hurt that I know of by snakes. Although I killed one rattlesnake, I didn't kill it, but I seen it was so big, and I went laying across a path, and I went and found my brother-in-law, and he went down there and killed it with a gun. Well, its rattles on its tail were 1.5 inches wide, and I never in my whole life since have seen one that was even 1 inch wide. It only had 8 rattles or 8 partitions across it, but some smaller ones we found it had as high as 15 rattles. And the talk was, and everybody thought that each year they added another rattle to their string.
So he was 8 years old then,
Yes,
the snake was.
yes, according to that.
Yes. Now tell us about
I think that snake would have weighed 50 pounds at least.
now then, will you tell us about how your mother rode the horse and took care of the babies too? on that trip down to Bernie?
Well, my mother and myself and my younger sister was somewhere in Kansas, close to the no, Neosho River, and had been there for several months. My grandfather was with us, and we were getting along fairly well. But my older sister, Lil, was down there in Texas, close to Bernie, and she sent word to my mother for us to come down there. Well, my grandfather then gave us 3 ponies. One of them was especially pretty, a beautiful pony. She wouldn't have weighed over 700 pounds if she did that much, but she was white and had some wonderful spots on her, and everybody admired her. Well, the other 2 ponies were common blay color, and nothing especially about them. Well, my mother had a brass bucket, probably hold 2 pounds or 2 gallons, with a bale, an iron bale, over the end of the bucket with a ring in it. And we hobbled the ponies at night and took the hobble off of the pony and run the hobble through the ring in that brass bucket bale and fastened it at the top. And my mother carried a few spoons and a fork and a knife or 2, and what few hand tools we had, the pony would carry them all day under its chin like a bell.
Mm-hmm.
And the 3rd pony, if we had anything, any blankets or anything to make a shelter, we tied the poles and the rope and small skins on that pony, the 3rd one.
And you rode one.
I rode one and my mother rode the other. Well, my mother tied her knees together with a big old cloth and sit way back on the pony and put her knees over the pony's neck, 1 foot on each side, and carry my younger sister. My younger sister's name was Wawa Nuckaman, but my mother had named her Sybil, Sibyl, and she carried Sybil on her lap over the pony's neck, and we'd make sometimes 20 miles in a day. And I don't think that we ever slept under a roof or had a dime of money on the whole trip from close to Topeka, Kansas to this little town, Bernie, in Texas, within 30 miles of San Antonio. We were nearly a year on that trip, and if it hadn't have been that my mother was an expert of trapping quails and rabbits and prairie chickens, and what kind of roots were good to eat, and what kind of bark, and what kind of berries, and even what kind of leaves, we would have never made the trip alive.
Well, did the baby eat that type of food?
Sybil,
Was nursing.
she was probably, well, I was about 4.5 years older than she was.
Yeah,
She was a nice little kid.
yeah. Then she was old enough that she could eat those things.
Now,
She was old enough that she could eat
Yeah.
that.
she ate that stuff. And my mother would work schemes to catch rabbits that you wouldn't think of. She'd bend a limb down of a bush and tie something on the end of the limb that was down. And then when a rabbit would cross a path, especially if they snowed, the rabbits run in the same place, why, it would knock that little weight off of the bush and it would snap up and catch the rabbit around its neck, leave it hanging there. We'd find that we'd fix it at night, and in the morning there'd be a rabbit hanging there, or lots of game. You'd trap with little or no equipment and you'd get 'em.
Your mother must have been ingenious, really.
She knew how certain kinds of birds' eggs and where to look for them. The prairie chickens laid the eggs in the prairie country, not in the timber so much.
Well, that trip must have been one that you would never forget,
No.
because if it took a year under such conditions,
Stayed there on that ranch 1 year. Stayed on that ranch 1 year, and my brother-in-law had shipped a lot of cattle down there from northeast Texas, and they were cheaper there, and he thought he could save a lot by buying 100 head of cattle at a little town, or close to a little town by the name of Rusk, Texas. It's a big state. San Antonio, or this ranch that we had, was a long ways across, and the cattle wasn't used to the same kind of grass.
do you remember the name of that ranch? Did it have a name?
No, my brother-in-law had bought the ranch from a man named Shule. Shule, I don't know whether he would call it the Shule Ranch or not, but the cattle that my brother-in-law shipped there didn't do well. The ticks were so bad and the flies were so bad, and they didn't do well. Well, after a year, my brother-in-law decided to sell it, and we left. Well, that's the last time in my life that I ever made my home with my mother. I worked 2 years for 2 different families for my board and clothes.
How old were you when you began to be on your own and work?
Well, I was 10 while I lived on that ranch.
And that was when you really started.
That's when I left anybody's protection but my own.
That's remarkable.
I never have begged. I never have asked anybody for something to eat unless there was some way I could pay for it.
And you don't draw Social Security?
Yes, ma'am, I have here lately.
You
Well,
have, but you didn't for a while.
No, my first wife. See, when I left Oklahoma, I was 76. And 2 men came there when I was going to leave the next day. And they had a petition they wanted me to sign. And I told them to take that petition and go to hell with it. And I come out here 76 with my wife on the bus.
And that was really the petition for your Social Security, I
Yes,
guess.
ma'am. Or a pension.
Oh.
Or an old age
That's right.
pension.
India,
I had lived in that county for 76 years. No, I'm wrong. I lived in that county for 50 years. From the day that the Cherokee Strip was open for settlement, I lived there for 50 years. Wife on the bus.
And that was really the petition for your Social Security, I
Yes,
guess.
ma'am. Or a pension.
Oh.
Or an old age
That's right.
pension.
India,
I had lived in that county for 76 years. No, I'm wrong. I lived in that county for 50 years. From the day that the Cherokee Strip was open for settlement. I lived there for 50 years when I started out here. I knew everybody in the county. See, I came there the first time anybody did. And I took a claim that no one else would have, is the way I got it. I traded a horse for it.
We're going to get to all of that. I'm going to have to change the tape now. So I'll let you rest a little bit. You've been a good storyteller.
Well, the worst trouble I get them too long.
You say 2 of the ponies died?
Yes. 2 of the ponies died during the year that we were there. But the one that I rode, the one I called Yockety, the cream one, she lived for I don't know how long.
What was her name?
Yockety.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Yockety-ite. I think it meant the color of buckskin. I think it meant something like that.
Well, we'll change the tape now, and then we'll start again. Testing, testing. This is Mary B. Roberts interviewing Mr. Orlando Walkling. This is... All right, I believe that you were 10 years old, and you were starting on your own. I believe you said that at 10, you got a job on a ranch. Would you tell us about that?
A farm. An old German his name was Clemmy, had a boy a little older than me, and raised a lot of cotton and vegetables and stuff. Well, I worked for him for my board. They didn't pay me anything for, I guess, close to a year. And then I got another job for a short time from an old man named Minnick. Minnick, I guess he was a German, some kind of a foreigner, but neither one of them showed me any favors. They wanted all the cotton that I could pick, and they didn't care whether I got what I wanted to eat or not. I didn't have a very happy time at either place.
How long were you with them?
I guess, I hardly think a year, maybe 10 months, quite a little while. Then that old man Minnick, I didn't stay with him as long as I did that. He had a big bunch of hogs, and they run loose, and he expected me to herd them, watch them, keep them from leaving too far. The hogs lived on fishing worms. There was great acres of swampy ground, and the land was full of angleworms. And the hogs would plow it up like done with a plow for as far as you could see. Had a lot of hogs were mixed breeds. Some of them were nearly white and some black. They was mixed, and all very slim, long-legged hogs. There was several men that had sheep in there, and one sheep man wanted to give me a job to go off with the sheep and be gone for 2 or 3 months up there. They called it the Guadalupe. The Guadalupes is some mountains.
Guadalupe.
Yes. Well, I didn't do that. I went from one place to another till I was back up in Kansas.
And there in Kansas, you got a job that...
I got the first job I got was with an old man named Grubb, Ed Grubb, and he had a boy a little older than me. And that boy would steal things, and he'd tell his folks that I did it. He didn't. He'd lay all of his mean tricks on me. Well, he had a neighbor that had a fine lot of apples. And he had 2 or 3 boys, too, some like our age. Well, they dug a place out in the ground and piled maybe 100 bushel of apples in that hole, and stood corn stalks all up around it, and then covered it with dirt to keep it from freezing. Well, this kid, his name was Ellsworth. They called him Worth. Well, he told me for him and I to go over there to Craig's apple hole and help ourselves one night, and it was winter, pretty cold. Well, he told me how easy it would be and how good the apples would be, and we could hide a sack full of the apples and have them whenever we wanted them. Well, I went with him, and we did get into his apple hole and filled the sack, but we left the place open. Well, there's a lot of them froze, and that old man Craig seen our tracks, and he came over there to old man Grubbs, and this Worth said, well, he wouldn't have went if it wasn't for me. He said I coaxed him to go, and he just went on account of what I told him. He was 3 years older than me, too.
But he said that you coaxed him to go.
Ma'am?
He said that you coaxed him to go.
Yes, said I coaxed him to go, and he wouldn't have near done it if it hadn't been just on account of me begging him to go.
Why, of course.
Well, the old man gave me $4 and a suit of clothes that Worth had outgrowed. He'd got too big for them. They was pretty well wore out anyhow. Well, then I walked, I don't know how far, but I landed in Coffee County, Kansas.
Is that the Coffeeville?
No,
Coffee County.
Coffeeville is right on the line.
Yeah.
That's where the Dalton boys wound
Yeah.
up. Well, I got a job there from that old Mrs. Headings and her two sons. She owned the farm and kept house for her boys. Headings had died, and that old lady was awful good to me, just as nice as she patched up my clothes and make me change my shirt, and she'd wash them. And she was nice.
What work did you do?
Hoed corn and cotton, mostly in the summer, and then I'd shuck corn in the fall. And she had about a dozen milk cows that I helped milk all the time. Then I'd chop wood for their fuel. They didn't have any coal or gas or nothing. Burn wood was all of the cooking. I got to be real handy with an axe. I was extra good with an axe, so I found
That
out.
led to another job too, didn't it? Being so good with the axe.
Yes, that was.
But wasn't that was later, wasn't it?
Yes, and quite a while.
I believe you worked.
For Headings is 2 years at least, maybe longer.
2 years there.
One of the boys' name was Lou, and the other one was.
And then did you go to the Barkers? The Barkers ranch?
No, not there. I worked for old man Grubb 2 years more. That's the place. Then I got the job with Miss Headings.
Yes.
I had the clothes that Grubb gave me and
Yes.
the $4.
Yes.
Well, I worked for them till I got a job of putting up hay for different people and cutting wood, making rails and making fence
Just
posts.
odd jobs.
Yes, ma'am. Until I got the job at the Barker Ranch. Ed Barker was the biggest cattle feeder in Kansas.
What I heard.
Now, he didn't raise many cattle. They weren't natives. They shipped them to Gant, Kansas.
And you were there about 5 years, I believe.
Yes, I left there and went to the Strip.
Yeah.
It was 5 years until I was 26 years old.
Yeah, you were about 20 when you went there,
I
and
went to two other fellows went with me that had been working on the ranch too.
well, were you? Did you go to any Indian schools,
No,
or
never went to any kind of school.
had you done any of the work with the survey company that you carried the chain for?
Yes, I was head chainman.
When did you do that?
Well,
That was after you worked for Mr. Barker, wasn't it?
No. Well, I left Barker's Ranch and started for the Strip.
Yeah.
when it was gonna
Then let's talk about when you worked with the chain,
Well,
where was that?
I heard about they was going to build a canning company at Fredonia, Kansas.
Yeah.
And I had done something for a man named Race, Charlie Race. There was a big tank excavated close to a river, and they put a pipe between that tank and the river, and that pipe got choked up, and they wanted the river to supply water for a town. Well, he hired 2 or 3 other fellows to get down in a hole and dig the stuff out, and it was wet, the water dripping all the time. It was a nasty job and muddy, and it didn't smell too good. Well, he had 4 or 5 other fellows to work on that. Well, one of them would work an hour or half an hour and quit. They didn't like it. He didn't pay them enough and all. Well, I seen this Charlie Race, and he told me to give me $10 if I'd clean that out. Well, the pipe run into the river. Well, I piled a lot of dirt around in front of that pipe so the water couldn't get through. And then I dug a hole back a little further toward it, and I got it cleaned out. In the night, I worked down there, maybe 24 hours. Not all at one time, but I worked down in there till I got it cleaned out, and the water went through like a top when it got it open, and then I dug the dirt back that I'd piled to keep it from going through there. Well, that was one job I got, and I worked with him, and I can't hardly remember to tell you all it was, but I helped to put the waterworks in that town. And I still, at that time, had that pony that I made that long trip on. Her name was Yockety.
Yeah.
Well, I had left her with people to take care of 4. Well, I went back and got her, still had her. And I done several jobs. I got a cart that I could work that pony to. I built it myself, all except the wheels. I got the wheels from an old machine that had broke down, and I got several jobs with that pony, hauling fertilizer for gardens and different things.
Now that's before that you went to work for Mr. Barker.
Well, when I got the job from Ed Barker, he owned, I don't know how much land, but I think all of one township except in one section. See, there's 36 sections in the township. Well, it was about 8 miles west of Burlington, Kansas. Burlington was the name. Well, I went out there and worked for him one season with a pitchfork and hauling feed to the cattle. Now, they shipped cattle to Gant, Kansas. It was 150 miles from the ranch, from Arizona or wherever the cattle came from. And then the freight would double if he shipped them clear on to where the ranch was. So they unloaded them there at Gant and drove them the rest of the way to the ranch. Well, I worked there 1 year before he gave me the contract to put that hay up. It was a big job, and Lil, that's my older sister, she heard about it, and she come and said she'd cook for the hands that I have to use and help me through. Lil could read and write good. She had a fair good education, and she was strong and active.
Now where was this?
Ma'am,
Where was this?
on Barker's Ranch.
On Barker's Ranch.
Yes, 8 miles east. The night that we moved out there, I had been in Burlington all that day trying to hire hands that would work for me, help me put the hay up. it took at least 20 of us, 20 men, and we started out there at late in the evening. It was getting ready, and I bought 2 6-foot cut mowing machines and 2 patent hay rakes or buck rakes they called them, and quite a little machinery from a fellow named of Willett, Ham Willett.
No, it's okay.
And I got started to putting the hay up out there, and Lil came and cooked for me, and I had a big tent. It must have been 30 by 20 square, and some tables and stuff in there, and she'd cook. And I had a hay stacker, a business that we'd drag the hay with buck rakes up onto some other teeth that stuck way out, and then back that wagon out and stack it. I got about half done, and I had a fellow named of Bill Jones, and he was a stout, husky guy, but he was an awful liar. You couldn't believe anything he'd tell you hardly. Well, after he could beat any of the rest of them with pitchfork. He was extra strong, and he knew how to build a haystack. Well, we broke a piece of the stacker that the hay slid up and dumped over on the stack. Well, they wasn't to get a piece, I'd have to go back to Burlington. That was 8 miles. Well, so I told this lion, John Jones, to boss the rest of them while I was gone, and they'd have to pitch it by hand without that machine. Well, I took the best horse that I could get there and rode it to Burlington. Well, on the road to Burlington to get that piece from that man Willett that had got machinery from, I met Barker driving out there in his buggy. And he says, "Where are you going?" And I says, "Well, I had to go back to Perry to get a piece for that haystacker." And he said, "What did you do?" And I told him, "Well, I told John Jones to boss while I was gone to keep everything a-going." And he said, "Well, you didn't leave that lying scoundrel there, did you, for boss?" And I told him, "Yes." And so he drove on out there, and he went out in the field where they was at work, and Barker said that to Jones that they wasn't to keep in the middle of the stack full enough. They wanted to tromp more in there. And Jones says, "Well, by gosh, I'm boss of this outfit. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll bust your glasses." And oh, he give Barker fits. And so when I started back out to the ranch with the piece, as fast as the horse could travel, I met Barker coming back to town. And he says, "If you don't fire that crazy son of a gun, I'll fire you." Fire me. Well, that was one little experience that I had there. But anyhow, I got along good with the hay deal. I only got $2.50 for 8 feet, not 8 feet square, but 8 cubic feet in the stacks. And we measured from the ground on one side of the stack with a tape over the stack to the other side, and then divide that by 3 for the width of it, and 512 cubic feet. 512 cubic feet for $2.50 was what I got for the job.
Yeah.
Well, I made $100 or two more, and I got acquainted with a girl. She was a French girl. Her name was Laura Decrow, and she was, I thought she was pretty like all girls, you know. And I went to see her several times, and she wanted a watch to wear on her wrist, and I gave $40 for a watch for her. And she, let's see. Yeah, that's about the next thing after I got through putting that hay up was settled. I had maybe $100, and I'd paid for all that machinery and stuff. I'd done good with it, but I rushed it, and I still worked for Barker then, feeding cattle through the winter. And I had a house there, and Lil and I lived in that house. And he'd ship those cattle to Gant, and then he'd hire anybody that had a horse and wanted a job to help drive them to the ranch. And the last 10 or 12 miles was fenced, just driving through a lane. And when them boys would get there with the cattle, sometimes at night, well, lots of them kids had never hardly rode a horse before in their life, and when they got there they thought they was big cowboys. I used to have lots of fun, Lil and I remember one night I had gone to bed and I had run all day, and I had some shell corn in my boots and they'd hurt my feet, and I just had got to bed, and I showed all them fellas where to put their horses and where they could get something to eat and where they could sleep. And some fella come to the door and knocked, and Lil went to the door, and I was in bed. I could see the fella though from the room, and I says, you need a lantern? You hunting a lantern? And he says, oh, I won't tell you what he said, but he said words that just made me laugh till I couldn't hardly lay on the bed. He thought he was a historic cowboy. He'd helped drive them cattle there. Well, we turned the cattle in a whole mile square, and they was to be watered and fed before they was weighed. Barker bought 'em by the pound that way. But he didn't want 'em to eat any more than possible.
Yeah.
And he had me and all the rest of the hands on the ranch hauling old sorry straw, old straw stacks that was half spoiled, and hay. It was the bottom of stacks on the ground, and the top that the rain had ruined. We'd scatter 'em on that land and turn 'em in there the first night. Well, the next day we run 'em through a chute into a scales, 40 head at a time. It would weigh 'em. Well, then we run 'em out of that chute out of that scale pen into another chute, and took 'em 100 yards or more through a narrow chute, just one at a time. Well, then we dehorned them. At the end of that chute, we stood there and sawed the horns off. A chute doubled out, and then we'd pull a lever and it would clamp up on them, hold them tight. And they fastened the business around their neck and stand in front of them and saw their horns off. Well, I never done much of the sawing, but I helped to get them in there and hold them and everything, and I have dehorned a few. Well, we'd throw the horns back till he'd get a pile so we couldn't throw them out of the way. Well, then we'd move that chute up about 40 feet further and throw them on the same pile as we could. Well, I know there was a pile of horns as high as we could throw them, at least a block long. They're on that ranch when I left there. Well, then the law had changed around, and they decided to open the Cherokee Strip.
Now, just before we get into the Cherokee Strip, how was it that you learned to count? You said you had
My mother learned me that teak was 10 fingers, and Kanaway was 5, and 25 would be teak, teak, and Kanaway would be another hand. Well, if it was 22, it was teak, teak, and 2 fingers, and 26 was teak, teak, Kanaway, and 1 finger. And I could count as good as you can with your pen right now when I got that job with those surveyors.
And they called you Axe.
Ma'am?
And they called you Axe, you said, was your nickname.
No.
You were the Axe Man?
No, the most of them call me Bob.
Oh.
I get letters yet to Uncle Bob.
Oh.
I went by that name for pretty near all together. All the time I was working with those surveyors. I went by Bob.
And you came up very rapidly in your jobs with the surveyors, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this
I
was before.
started as axeman. and
This was before you worked for Mr. Barker.
Yes, ma'am. I started as axeman. They cut the brush. It was west of McAllister. It's brush yet. Blackjack timber. Well, in a month, the rear chainman, the one that carried the back end of the chain, I made stakes and drove them in the ground and made one side smooth, and he'd write figures on that. Well, he showed me what kind of a mark meant five fingers, and what kind of a mark meant three. Well, that's the first time I had any ideas how to write. If you wanted to write 18, it's one figure and then the figure eight. And I got onto it pretty fast. Well, in just a month or so after I started, this rear chainman shot himself accidentally. Had a gun under the seat of a buckboard and a blanket spread over it, and he moved there some way that set the gun off, and the bullet didn't go straight through the bottom of the seat. It went through edgeways, went through the seat. Well, it must have been 2 inches of the wood. Well, then the end of the blanket that I had on the seat and the tail of an old slicker hung over the edge, and it went through both of them. And hit him here in the calf of the leg and dropped out down his pants leg on the floor of the buckboard. Well, he couldn't use the chain anymore. And the boss asked me if I couldn't carry the back end. I'd just been a month or two after I started.
But you had learned to count, though,
I learned
and
to make them figures too. Well, in about 5 months, the head chainman quit. Well, I was head chainman when we got to Amarillo, Texas.
what were you surveying? What particular?
The Rock Island Railroad. It was the Choctaw Road then, though.
Yeah.
It's the Rock Island now. It's the same bridge on the Canadian River that I made the rope for the pile drivers that drove the pipe in there. Where the bridge is right now, you can cross it today if you want to.
And how was it that you made that rope? They
Well,
didn't
now,
hold, did they, or
that-
something?
That leads into a longer story.
Yes.
The Osage Indians was treated awful bad and fooled and swindled and badly mistreated, and that has a great deal to do with all of Oklahoma and having a bad name for bad people. Well, they didn't want to move off of their reservation to the territory, but they made them. They killed half of them or more, and they camped on the side of a hill about 12 miles east of the Arkansas River.
Mhm.
And it was south, though, of the Cherokee Strip a little ways. And the east side of their reservation was the Arkansas River. It didn't run straight north and south, it run
That's
kind
right.
of cornered across. Well, now in place, the government promised the Indians great sums of money if they would move down there. They didn't want to go. They had lived where they had all their lives, and their grandfolks had, and they promised each other that if they died, they'd stay by their graves, they'd stay in that part of the country anyhow. But they made the Indians move, and they camped there on the side of that hill. That's where my brother-in-law, Charlie Greathouse, was a blacksmith and shoe horses, and the Indians liked him, and they told him to build him a house and raise all the corn and anything he wanted to plant, big gardens, and they'd be the best of friends with him. And an old man named Metcalf. Metcalf had a girl, 17 years old, Jenny Metcalf. And another old man named McDougan had a girl, her name was Annie. Well, those girls had never been to school. They didn't know nothing about reading, but there's both of them awful active and good shots with rifles. Well, now, in place of the government sending them the money that they promised to on certain times, they'd send them a great lot of merchandise, of stuff that the Indians didn't know what was for. Send them bustles for women's dress, and a big hook for the bottom of it, and silk stockings go clear up to above their knees, and a lot of button shoes.
Just what they didn't need.
What there's some big stores, maybe several of them, that had a whole lot of stuff that was gone out of style. Women used to want them things, and a little later they got sick of them. They didn't want them. Well, the stores couldn't sell them. Well, all they need to do is send them to the Indians and charge them a big price for it. And the same way with machinery. Now, they used to make binders. The stores couldn't sell them. Well, all they need to do is send them to the Indians and charge them a big price for it. And the same way with machinery. Now, they used to make binders that would cut wheat and oats and bind it into bundles that used a certain kind of twine to bind it with. Well, they later built another machine that would do a lot better job, but it didn't use that kind of twine. That kind was too big or something wrong with it. They couldn't use it. They had to make new twine of a different way. Well, now, some store sent an old Indian there on the bank of the river a carload of that binder twine that they couldn't use no more. They couldn't sell it. Well, that's what I got to make the first rope I ever made out of, for the pile driver that we drove that pipe down through the quicksand with. Well, they treated them Indians scandalous. And Charlie Greathouse.
But how did you use binder twine to make a thing that was as strong as a rope?
Well, I took 80 threads of that binder twine, and I tied one end of them to a log that could be drugged, and then I had a way of twisting them. But I had to. I told the boss that if he could get that twine, I could. Well, he went and got a whole buckboard piling full of them balls. Well, I unwound them one at a time till I had 80 threads in one ply, and I made 3 plies. That was 3 times 80 strong of the rope. Well, then I used the same principle that I made miles of rope of later.
Those are the ropes that you're still making, except you make them of different materials.
Yes, ma'am, and different machinery, too.
Yes.
My wife and I worked nearly a year making rope for the 101 Ranch show.
You did?
Yes, the biggest show tent in the world. It took lots of rope. I made lots of rope here in Modesto. A man from the biggest rope factory in the world, it was the island of the Philippines, their factories in the Philippines. He came and told me that he would furnish me the rope already made cheaper than I was paying for the twine that I made it out of. And he appointed me as distributor for Modesto. And that's the reason that I got to sell so much to those Clausen boys I told you about, you know. I think I made
How much was it you said you sold them?
Ma'am?
How much was it that you sold them?
I tell the lady that I must have sold the Clausen boys $2,000 worth during the time having to Frida. Probably more than that, and no telling how many other companies. People come and get a rope for girls to jump and some for swings, and no telling what all well ropes.
And you began it, making it for that surveying company
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that railroad bridge.
Drive that pipe. Now, we had a rope to start with that come from France, I think they said, and we wore it out in just a couple of days. It wrapped around a wooden drum, and then there was a crank on each end of that drum, and two men on each crank winding it. Well, I would pull on the rope, and it would grab the drum, and I had a rope clear around it once, and then I'd pull on the end. Well, that would raise that block up. Well, when they got high enough, well, I let the rope slack, and it would slip around that drum, you know, and the block would fall. Well, that's the way it wore out right away. Well, there wasn't any other way that we knew of that we could get one. And I told the boss if he'd get a lot of that twine, I thought I could make one, and I did. I could tell you how, but it would take a half an hour, and then you couldn't do it.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a very apt pupil on that. Now then, that was while you were working with the surveying crew. You were about 19 then, I believe.
I think so.
And then you went on up, and let's see, you were at Mr. Barker's
Clear
ranch.
to Amarillo, Texas, from
Yes.
McAllister.
And at Mr. Barker's
I was
ranch.
the last man that worked too.
Oh, were you?
Yes, the boss wanted it measured with one of them chains from a whole lot of rock quarries where they could get lots of rock to the creek or whatever it was to cost. Well, they all left but Frank LaRue and me, and he told us to take a chain and go back clear to McAllister and measure the distance they'd have to haul rock to build bridges and so on, you know. I was the last man that quit, and then the last mistake I ever made was there. When I got there to McAllister, McAllister, Oklahoma, was on a boom. They found out there's another railroad coming through there, and the Santa Fe was already built north and south. Well, Mr. Booth said for me and the rest of us, several others, to wait there for a few days, and he is going on the east end of the division. We had went on the west. Well,
Now that was the man that you surveyed with.
Yes, he was the civil engineer. Well, then I didn't like it. Now McAllister was on a big boom, and they was building houses all over, and people are coming in wagons and tents and things. Well, I didn't like it. I stayed at the Mountain Hotel. When I first got the job was from where I had a big garden in Fredonia, Kansas. I had 20 acres in garden stuff, and peas and beans and tomatoes and sweet corn. The guy that I hired to work for got the seed. His name was Race. He's the same fellow that I dug that ditch and got that water to going for, and he said that he'd pay me so much a box, it wasn't a box, a crate they made for green peas to bring to this cannery, so much for beans and so much for tomatoes and so much for sweet corn. Well, he brought the seed from New York, from where he lived.
Oh.
Well, it didn't do good in the territory or Kansas or wherever that was. The seed was the wrong kind. The corn got about a foot high and commenced to tossle out, and the peas done fine. The peas did, and the beans fairly good. Well, when they got ready to sell, I got a great lot of nigger girls, most of them, to pick, and I got the baskets or the crates, to put them in. Well, the first load that they took in, the pay didn't pay me enough to pay the nigger girls for picking them. Got 20 cents for about 100 pounds of peas picked, you know. And I seen I was soaked. Well, then I got a word that if I could go down to McAllister, I could get a job with that surveyors. That's when I first went down there.
That was your first then,
Yes.
really your first job. Then
When I didn't like it.
Then the surveyors.
Now, I thought it would be just a day or two. Well, I stayed where they was building the Mountain Hotel in McAllister. There was hundreds of men working all over town. You couldn't hear nothing hardly but hammers and saws. They thought the railroad was going to go and they'd make a big city. Well, I went down to Denison. Now, Denison, Texas was 90 miles south of McAllister on this Santa Fe Railroad that was already built. Well, I went down there. I tied the pony to the stock. Well, I'm getting too fast. I went down there on the train, and I seen them selling horses at auction and saddles. And I had my pocket full of $5 gold pieces. When I got through all that job, I hadn't spent any money to speak of all the time. And I shaved nearly every one of the 18 of us on Sundays or rainy days.
Now that was on the crew that you were working with at...
Went from McAllister to Amarillo, Texas.
Yeah, on
and
the surveying
some of them
crew.
boys paid me something for things I had done for them. I don't know, but I might have had $500 in $5 gold pieces. And when I seen them selling a real pretty claybank horse and new saddle and bridle on it, I bid on it and bought it. Well, I rode it back to McAllister then. In place of going back on the train, I rode it. And I tied it to the stockyard fence there and I got some feed for it, some hay and stuff. And the next morning, seen Booze, and he said it would be a couple of weeks yet before he was ready to start on the east end. Well, I rode that pony
Now this
down
was
clear up
this was before the opening
Yes, ma'am.
of the Choctaw.
Strip.
It was before that was
Oh,
open.
yes,
You
way
would
before it. I was just
and
a
before
kid.
you worked for Mr. Barker.
Yes.
I
Quite
see.
a while before I worked for Mr. Barker. Well, I had that horse where I had put that garden stuff in.
Yeah.
And a man that another man lived on the same man's farm. There's several houses on it, just over a mound from Fredonia, Kansas, south. The other fellow's name was John Ostrander. Well, I had left a horse and a plow and a few tools with him, and a hog, a sow, pig. Well, while I was gone with the surveyors then, that sow had pigs, and I had planted a lot of popcorn, a big yellow popcorn, awful nice kind. And I had a whole lot of dry beans. Now this John Ostrander had saved a barrel at least full of dry beans and 10 or 12 bushel of popcorn. And he told me I could have them. And Lil lived in Kansas close to a town named of Emporia. And I thought I'd buy another horse and a wagon and harness and go up there to Emporia and take that stuff. Now that sow had pigs, and it butchered her, had a lot of meat. And I stacked it in the wagon and I put that popcorn and those beans and what clothes I had. And I had a tin box, a small one that I made myself, and I've got it in there yet. I kept some pictures and some papers that I liked in that box. Well, the night that I left Fredonia with that wagon, I had this pony that I'd rode up there, you know, and the horse that I had left there with John Ostrander, he was a big horse and good, gentle, and stout, nice horse, but the one I'd rode had never been worked. It had been ridden lots of time, but it wasn't no work horse. Well, I got a harness and loaded all that stuff in there and was going to take 'em up to Lil. Well, that first night after I left Fredonia, I come to the Verdigris River, and it had been rainy weather and it was up. Well, I drove down a chute that had been dug out down to the wagon, to the water, and hills on both sides, and I could see white foam and hear the water trickling and splashing as it was going down. Well, I couldn't turn around there to go back out, so I just pulled into it. Well, before the hind wheels of the wagon touched the bottom, the horses was swimming. Well, the wagon turned over 2 or 3 times. I hung on to the lines, and they struck the bank on the other side, way down below where the road come. The bank was pretty steep. Well, I had been under the wagon a time or two when it was turning over, and it couldn't be wetter, and it was kind of cold. It was frosting and freezing a little. Well, I got out with the team and the front wheels and the tongue of the wagon. The rest of it was gone. Well, I walked up and down the bank on the other side of the river and run and tried to keep my clothes from freezing, and I seen lights. Well, the next morning I went to that house, and I told the man about losing my stuff and about that meat I'd lost for one thing, and said, I wouldn't worry about the darn meat. I'll give you all the hogs you want. Said I took a big load of bacon to a certain town, a well-cured, nice bacon to a town, I don't know what town, but he only got 5 cents a pound for it. Said he had a big lot of hogs and they eat more than they was worth, and I could have all of them I wanted. Well,
I expect we better rest a little while now, Mr. Walkling, and then we'll start again there with you on Mr. Barker's ranch, and getting ready to you're going to hear about this new land that's opening in Oklahoma. That's where we'll begin now. Let's start.
No, push hard, and quickly.
All right. So the old Oklahoma had been discovered. They had found that it was good country.
Well, the Cherokee Strip, north part of Oklahoma, 57 miles running north and south, and more than 200 east and west. The government had promised that to the Cherokee Indians to pass back and forth across and through to mountains where they were buffalo. The government had promised the Indians that for that purpose, to pass back and forth across. And the buffalo had pretty near disappeared, and it was a bad place for criminals to hide. There was lots of fish and lots of game and several caves and good places for men to hide and stay, keep out of the law. Well, there wasn't any use for that strip anymore, and they called it the Cherokee Outlet or the Cherokee Strip, and the government finally decided they'd better open it for settlement.
And that was already open then.
No,
in 1889.
No, 1889. That was south part of Oklahoma.
Yes.
57 miles from the south side of Kansas wasn't Oklahoma. It was the Cherokee Outlet, or the Cherokee Strip for the Indians to pass back and forth. Well, that strip was a great place for criminals to hide.
Yes.
And there was a judge at Fort Smith, Arkansas, name of Parker, Judge Parker.
The hanging judge.
Yes, they call him the hanging judge. Well, now there was a lot of people, nice people, that lived in Kansas, say, and some of their relatives, maybe their fathers or families, lived in the edge of Texas, and they liked to visit each other once in a while. Would cross this trip of going to Texas or coming from Texas back. Well, they would take their families. Some of the trailers, they didn't have these trailers now, but a covered wagon. And they'd stop and fish and hunt and pick wild plums. I think I saw more wild plums in one patch than I ever have seen that much fruit of any kind as far as I could see. up and down the Arkansas River. And sand plums, I bet they'd be 6 inches deep if they was all on the ground. The trees all bent down flat with plums, 4 or 5 kinds. Well, people would stop and have a picnic and have a camp. Well, now Judge Parker's part of his laws, anyhow, were blue laws. It was bad for anyone to hunt on Sunday, or to fish, or to even pick plums, or even go to a store or a farmhouse and try to buy a quart of milk for a sick child on Sunday. And it's easy to forget the day of the week on a trip like that, maybe be gone a couple of weeks or longer from home. Well, very few could keep track of the days of the week. And if a marshal happened to be a house where you went to buy if you didn't get the milk, if you asked the man if he had it and would sell it to you, you done a criminal offense. Judge Parker's must have been a bad religious fanatic. He thought that hanging was the only penalty that he would
Yes.
deal out to anybody. And Parker would take the marshal's word. You had no appeal. You tell him that you didn't, the marshal's word went with Parker. And I know of several fine men that was just as good citizens as they was in the USA, that was hung, and their wife and kids left sitting out there under a tree 100 miles from any place with nothing. The marshal could get your team, your saddle, your horse, anything you had worth 10 cents the marshal took, besides a reward that Parker paid him for making the arrest. And there was lots of those fellas, plenty of them, that was dirty enough to ride behind your wagon, and throw a bottle of whiskey in your wagon, and follow you a little ways and stop you and search your wagon and find whiskey. They'd arrest you for transporting liquor and take you to Fort Smith.
Now then, was it this way in the Choctaw Nation too?
No, that wasn't the way. This was just in the Cherokee Strip that I'm
All right,
examining.
now then in the Choctaw Nation, you heard about that land that was good,
Yeah.
and you were working for Mr. Barker.
No, that wasn't in
Was
the
it?
Choctaw Nation.
No,
that was in
you were
Kansas.
working for him when you heard about it.
Yes.
Do you remember how you heard about it? When the president, was that President Cleveland?
Yes. President Cleveland issued a proclamation to open that Cherokee Strip for settlement, and they would lay it off in counties and townships and so on, and the white people would elect sheriffs, and they'd elect county and city officers, and they'd be lots better than for a few criminal outlaws to work schemes on nice people in order to arrest them.
Well, was this pretty fertile land, this in the Choctaw Nation? Was it pretty
It was
fertile?
a deal different from that in the north edge of Kansas.
Uh-huh.
It was a lot more. They raised more tropical fruit and stuff down there. The north part raised these grapefruits by the trainloads and feed them to cattle.
Well,
Cattle.
were there white people in the Choctaw Nation before
There were a few,
the lands were open? Just a few.
just a few.
Do you remember any of them, or did you know any of them?
I think I do. I knew several boys or young fellas that told me about Parker hanging their parents or their fathers. And I heard quite a lot of stories of that kind.
Yeah.
Well, I think that Grover Cleveland found out some about this, about the bad injustice that was going on in there. And he issued that proclamation to open that strip.
All right.
One reason, because the white people, the Indians didn't use it anymore. The buffalo were all gone.
Yeah.
And most of the Indian kids was getting educated. and he agreed to open that strip for white settlement or any kind of settlement on the 16th of September in 1893.
And yet you decided maybe you'd like to try that.
There was a lot, that was the principal talk all over Kansas, as far as I know, and surrounding states, that there was going to be a big tract of land open for free settlement on that day, on the 16th, 6 months beforehand. And people flocked down there by the wholesale along the line of it, trying to find out where the best part and the most rainfall and the best timber and the best grazing land was. They camped along the lines of it for 6 months, training their horses to run a long distance and to find out all they could about this country. And now while I worked on that ranch, several months before the opening, every day wagons was passing there, all going south. Shotguns tied on the wagon bows and the sheets over it, and some of them had signs painted on the side of the wagon. I can remember one. It says, "In Cleveland we trusted, in Nebraska we busted, but let her rip, we'll make it in the strip." And others said, "Taters grow tall in Oklahoma. We'll plant 'em this fall and we'll eat 'em tops and all." In Oklahoma, there was every kind of people going down there by the wholesale. And the closer you got to it, it was more than 200 miles from the ranch I was working on. There was other roads coming into that, and the wagons were getting thicker and thicker. Well, I had 3 horses, a wagon and a team, and then I had a good saddle horse. He was a Kentucky bred horse. I got him from a famous old mare that had a record as being a racehorse, a long distance running horse. And 2 other boys that worked on the same ranch, we agreed to go to the strip, give up the Barker job. Didn't want no more feeding cattle. Well, we started.
About how much land did that strip contain? Do you remember?
226 miles east and west, and 57 miles north and south, divided into townships. From Kansas or from Texas was Range 1. That meant 6 miles. And 12 miles north of Texas was Range 2, and so on. The claim that I finally got was Range 21. And the meridian runs across Oklahoma, north and south, and east of that meridian is Township 1, and 12 miles east of it was Township 2, east, and west the same way, Range 1 west and Range 2 west and all. And
Now I want you to show me, Hillary. We want a picture of this.
Oh, well, I just got to load my camera again.
Okay.
Right out.
Right here is Perry,
Perry,
right there.
right there in
And
Noble
this
County.
is Noble County.
Well, that's where I lived for 50 years.
Is it?
I took a claim east of Perry.
Now this is the Kansas line.
Yes, that's the Kansas line. And way down here someplace is the Texas line.
There it is.
Yes, that's
That's the Red River.
No, this is the Rio Grande, isn't it?
No, this is the large map of Oklahoma.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
the
yes, that's,
Rio Grande. This is
Rio
Oklahoma City.
yes, that's, see, well, that's where
And-
my
and-
son-in-law and whole family lives.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Did I interrupt you there?
that's where my daughter died. Disgrace them.
No, they wouldn't feel
See,
so.
Jerry Marshall is the president of the biggest bank in Oklahoma. That's my grandson,
Jerry Marshall.
Jerry
And-
Marshall.
Your sister was. No, that's your daughter.
My daughter, her name is Carol Hall. And this shirt I got on in the box just the other day from her.
Good.
She's got 3 kids.
Uh-huh.
And Sybil, that's her mother, had 3.
Mhm.
Jerry and Carol and Dawn. Don just got through graduating from college a short time back. And Jerry, her oldest boy, is the president of that big bank.
Where did they live in Oklahoma? Do you remember their...
Well, I know where Bob lived. That's my son-in-law. Lived at 500 Northwest 43rd Street.
I know where that is.
Do you?
Yes.
I went back there on the bus 20 years ago, soon after I come out here. And I got on the bus, I went, and I asked the old bus driver where they lived, and I showed him their address. And he says, "Oh, you're mistaken. That ain't the place." And I said, "Yes, that's the number, all right." And he said, "Well, that's where all the millionaires live." I said, "That's Nichols Hill." Well, he took me out there, and it was the place, all right.
We were studying this map now, and this is a strip now that was to be opened. Now tell us what you were doing. You said you had a wagon and 3 horses and some friends that were going with you.
Two boys went with me.
All right.
Well, we got to Arkansas City. It showed that town in Kansas would be down here.
Yes.
Just 4 miles from the line of the strip.
Yes.
But before we got there, for the last 50 miles, going south, just like a parade, one wagon right behind the other. You couldn't. One team would be eating out of the back end of the wagon ahead of them, and at night they wouldn't be no. There were lots of them wanted to cook something, and if there was a tree, it had an apple on it that you could see from the road. For 100 yards, they wouldn't be there in the morning.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be a ear of corn in a field a quarter of a mile from the road. And the haystacks they carried away. And rail fences, build fires with them. For the owner running along the fence on the inside and hollering, "Leave 'em alone, it's my fence, get out, this is mine." And the fellow said, "Oh, I wants the top rail." And he'd take the top rail, and the next fellow would take the top rail, and in a few minutes there wasn't no fence there. that was an exciting. Life. On the bus.
And that was really the petition for your Social Security, I guess.
Or a pension.
Oh.
Or an old age.
That's right.
pension.
India,
I had lived in that county for 76 years. No, I'm wrong. I lived in that county for 50 years. From the day that the Cherokee Strip was open for settlement. I lived there for 50 years when I started out here. I knew everybody in the county. See, I came there the first time anybody did. And I took a claim that no one else would have, is the way I got it. I traded a horse for it.
We're going to get to all of that. I'm going to have to change the tape now. So I'll let you rest a little bit. You've been a good storyteller.
Well, the worst trouble I got on too long.
You say 2 of the ponies died?
Yes. 2 of the ponies died during the year that we were there. But the one that I rode, the one I called Yockety, the cream one, she lived for I don't know how long.
What was her name?
Yockety.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Yockety-ite. I think it meant the color of buckskin. I think it meant something like that.
Well, we'll change the tape now, and then we'll start again. Testing. This is Mary B. Roberts interviewing Mr. Orlando Walkling. This is... All right, I believe that you were 10 years old, and you were starting on your own. I believe you said that at 10, you got a job on a ranch. Would you tell us about that?
A whole farm. An old German his name was Clemmy, had a boy a little older than me, and raised a lot of cotton and vegetables and stuff. Well, I worked for him for my board. He didn't pay me anything for, I guess, close to a year. And then I got another job for a short time from an old man named Minnick. Minnick, I guess he was a German, some kind of a foreigner, but neither one of them showed me any favors. They wanted all the cotton that I could pick, and they didn't care whether I got what I wanted to eat or not. I didn't have a very happy time at either place.
How long were you with them?
I guess I hardly think a year, maybe 10 months, quite a little while. Then that old man Minnick, I didn't stay with him as long as I did that. He had a big bunch of hogs, and they run loose, and he expected me to herd them, watch them, keep them from leaving too far. The hogs lived on fishing worms. There was great acres of swampy ground, and the land was full of those angleworms. And the hogs would plow it up like done with a plow for as far as you could see. Had a lot of hogs were mixed breeds. Some of them were nearly white and some black. They was mixed, and all very slim, long-legged hogs. And there was several men that had sheep in there, and one sheep man wanted to give me a job to go off with the sheep and be gone for 2 or 3 months up there. They called it the Guadalupe. The Guadalupes is some mountains.
Guadalupe.
Yes. Well, I didn't do that. I went from one place to another till I was back up in Kansas.
And there in Kansas, you got a job that...
I got the first job I got was with an old man named Grubb, Ed Grubb, and he had a boy a little older than me. And that boy would steal things, and he'd tell his folks that I did it. He didn't. He'd lay all of his mean tricks on me. Well, he had a neighbor that had a fine lot of apples. And he had 2 or 3 boys, too, some like our age. Well, they dug a place out in the ground and piled maybe 100 bushel of apples in that hole, and stood corn stalks all up around it, and then covered it with dirt to keep it from freezing. Well, this kid, his name was Ellsworth. They called him Worth. Well, he told me for him and I to go over there to Craig's apple hole and help ourselves one night, and it was winter, pretty cold. Well, he told me how easy it would be and how good the apples would be, and we could hide a sack full of the apples and have them whenever we wanted them. Well, I went with him, and we did get into his apple hole and filled a sack, but we left the place open. Well, there was a lot of them froze, and that old man Craig seen our tracks, and he came over there to old man Grubb's, and this Worth said, well, he wouldn't have went if it wasn't for me. He said I coaxed him to go, and he just went on account of what I told him. He was 3 years older than me, too.
But he said that you coaxed him to go.
Ma'am?
He said that you coaxed him to go.
Yes, said I coaxed him to go, and he wouldn't have near done it if it hadn't been just on account of me begging him to go.
Why, of course.
Well, the old man gave me $4 and a suit of clothes that Worth had outgrowed. He'd got too big for them. They was pretty well wore out anyhow. Well, then I walked, I don't know how far, but I landed in Coffee County, Kansas.
Is that Coffeeville?
No.
Coffee County.
Coffeeville is right on the line.
Yeah.
That's where the Dalton boys wound
Yeah.
up. Well, I got a job there from that old Mrs. Headings and her 2 sons. She owned the farm and kept house for her boys. Headings had died, and that old lady was awful good to me, just as nice as she'd patch up my clothes and make me change my shirt, and she'd wash them, and she was
How?
nice.
What work did you do?
Hoed corn and cotton, mostly in the summer, and then I'd shuck corn in the fall. And she had about a dozen milk cows that I helped milk all the time. Then I'd chop wood for their fuel. They didn't have any coal or gas or nothing. That burned wood was all of the cooking. I got to be real handy with an axe. I was extra good with an axe, so I found
That
out.
led to another job too, didn't it? Being so good with the axe.
Yes, I was.
But wasn't that was later, wasn't it?
Yes, and quite a while.
I believe you worked.
For Headings is 2 years at least, maybe longer.
2 years there.
One of the boys' name was Lou, and the other one was. We're running along the fence on the inside and hollering, "Leave him alone, it's my fence, get out, this is mine." And the fellow said, "Oh, I wants the top rail." And he'd take the top rail, and the next fellow would take the top rail, and in a few minutes there wasn't no fence there. That was an exciting trip, I'll tell you. Well, when we got there to Arkansas City,
Well, wasn't it very dusty and wasn't it hot?
hadn't rained since May, and that was September was the time of the opening.
And all of those wagons would cut
oh, it was dust, and everybody had guns on their wagons. You'd be silly to start on that trip without guns and know how to use them too. There was every kind of people. Some of them would murder you for 10 cents if they could get away. You had to watch your business. And when they got to Arkansas City, you couldn't hardly get through the streets. Just a solid mess of wagons and teams, and the stores had sold out all of the stuff that the people wanted. So many of them wanted a canteen, something to carry some water on their horse, and wanted a little feed to take when they started in and all. Well, I got there 2 months before the 16th. And those two boys and I found out that we had to register and get a booth certificate that you would have to have when you filed on a place if you got one. You had
Now,
to
where
have a
did
booth.
you get your certificate?
We had to stand in line. Every 24 miles along the north side of this strip was a booth. It was some tents and ropes stretched around it, and you could stand in line to get there to the tent. And they would let 10 men in at a time. And they
Now that was right along in here then.
right along the north edge of the strip south of Arkansas City.
And now the claim you finally got was where?
Perry in Noble County. It's way down there. It's 90 miles from Honeybell. I rode the horse 90 miles to Perry, where the land office was. I'd never been at Perry. Nobody else had. They just had laid the city off for a city. And there wasn't no sidetrack.
There wasn't any Perry.
Ma'am?
Point it out again.
There wasn't any Perry.
No, there was 2 wells drilled and pumps put in them by the government for people to get water. Well, the wells was 100 feet deep, and the water was salty. You couldn't drink it.
Now
Horse
show
wouldn't drink
us where that line was.
Ma'am?
Show us where that line was.
Well, this is the line of Kansas, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, the town or the place I got was 8 miles east of Perry, and the town site was right on this meridian that crosses there.
Mm-hmm.
And part of a mile west, no, yes, west of Perry was the principal meridian that all of the claims was numbered from.
Mm-hmm.
So many townships west and so much
I
east.
see.
Well, now the day of the run, or before the day, while I was waiting there for the day, like all the rest of them was, there wasn't any water. Well, horses had went a week, some of them without a drink, and people was pay a nickel for a teacup full of muddy water to drink. It was a bad time. Well, these two other boys who went with me, we dug a well right in along that line of Kansas. Now, Honeywell, Kansas is 24 miles west of our Kansas City, wherever that is. And there was one of them booths.
The last part of this will. All right, you told me that it was hot and dusty, and that the people were very thirsty and paying 5 cents for 1 cup of muddy water.
To drink.
And so you and these boys went west over there and were digging a well.
We went a little more than a quarter of a mile west from Honeywell, Kansas, to a little creek
Yeah.
that was dried up, no water. Well, we dug a ditch about 24 feet long, as deep as we could throw the dirt out. Well, then at one end, we left a bench there and dug the next 6 or 8 feet, 5 or 6 feet deeper. Well, then we left a bench there and dug a third deeper. I'd throw the dirt to Bruce Manley on the first bench. Well, he'd throw it to the next bench and he'd throw it out. And I'll bet you at certain times there was 100 horses waiting out there to get a bucket of water. Well, I'd dip a bucket up in the bottom and hand it up to the next fella, and he'd hand it out. And they was crazy to get it. There was horses that we got water for that hadn't had a drink in a week.
And how much did you get for
We
each?
got a quarter for a bucket full when we could. And other men wasn't crazy, but they wanted water so bad, and they didn't have any money. They'd grab the bucket out of your hands, and we'd have to fight to save it. But in one day, my share of the 3 of us was $18 for water that we'd sold there. Now that was just a very few days from the 16th. That was the day that run was to made. Well, during that time, the line of men standing in line to get to the booth there at Honeywell to register.
To get that certificate.
Yes. The line was 3 miles long on both sides of it. 2 files, 2 men side and side. And it was right by the side of this highway, this road, that all that dust was fogging up over it. And if you left that line, why, you would lose your place. And there was some men that wasn't able to stand in line there, were old or sick or had money, and they'd try to buy a place in the line. You step out and let him have your place. Well, when I got about a half a day time before I would get to the booth, I sold my place to an old man that had money. I don't know where he was from, but he wasn't able to stand in that line. He gave me $25 to step out and let him step in. Well, I went back to the tail of the line then. It was at least 2.5 miles back, double file, standing as close as they could get to the you couldn't tell the denomination or the sex of any of them for the dirt and dust. There was no toilets and there was no water supply, and hot and sweaty, and a fog of dust every way you looked. Well, I stood in that line for more than a week, and I made a little money out of it.
Oh,
I
you would...
laid down at night crossways in that line if I couldn't make a deal with the man ahead of me and the man behind me to let him have my place. And there was groups of men, families or relatives or big friends would be in that line together. And one of their other friends would come up and stand by the side of them and talk to them. And they would gradually spread out a little between each other and let him slip in the line. Well, that's what they call Sooners. And that kept them waiting longer behind. And there was the tail end of the long line would have to wait longer for everyone that got in. And they were hollering all the time, "Keep the Sooners out." And there was one man across the line, there were two file, and one on at my side did let a Sooner slip in. Well, I seen him, and all the rest of them close there did. Well, one man jerked that fellow backwards by his coat and tore it off of him, and his head was facing the tail of the line, and he started to run between the line west, down between the row. Well, every man would kick at him or grab some rag off of him, and when he got 100 yards, he didn't have a rag on him. And I'll tell you now, I would have hated to been caught a Sooner in that line. It was a dangerous proposition to let somebody slip in there. If he caught you, you better look out. It was hard time. They was calling behind all the time to keep the Sooners out.
Well, did you ever get a certificate?
No, yes, I did. And that certificate I got is in the museum there at Prairie now.
It is.
I got the certificate, but it was all useless. They found out later that there wasn't one out of a dozen that ever got a certificate. They never even asked you if you had one when you went to file them. Now, when I found out the numbers of the land that I wanted after this run, I run in there in just a cloud of dust and horses and
That
wagons.
must have been awful that day.
Oh, it was.
Were you there on your horse and ready?
I had my horse's head in the strip and his tail in Kansas, right astraddle of the line. And there was thousands of them for hundreds of miles on both sides of this strip, crowded in as close as they could get, and behind the line up in Kansas, in the section lines, the roads, you know, their wagons was packed as tight as they could get, backed up against the fence and the straddle of ditches and every place, with women, kids, and everybody. Their man had gone on, and they was going to come when he got a claim. Well, the day of the run, I run about 10 miles, and there was a big, fine...
You were on that line early that day, I guess.
I was on there at 12 o'clock now. Every half a mile or maybe every quarter of a mile along there was a soldier standing with a gun, watching his clock, his watch. And at 12 o'clock they shot a gun. And that was the biggest horse race that's ever been in the world. I don't think there's ever been a war that there was as many men horseback that rushed into a different country on one day.
And some women made the run.
Women, lots and lots of them. Lots of them, they had a tongue of a wagon, have the coupling pole, and for a tongue, and the hind wheels of a wagon and a box built on the hind wheels, and a good team on that, and they run lots of them in there. If you could cross ditches and you could
Mm-hmm.
go up steep banks in places where you couldn't with any other vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I rode about 8 miles south of Honeywell, and I come to a little creek, Bitter Creek they called it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of level land there, and it wasn't too far from an Indian reservation. And I thought it would be a good place to stop. The land was level and water, and find the places I'd get. Well, I jumped off of my horse, and I had a stake in my saddle, and I stuck it in the ground, and looking all directions was other fellas. There's lots of them standing there. From where I stood, I bet I could count 50 men standing off there by themselves, holding the stake and the horse by the other hand, and they'd holler, I was here first, this is mine, you get off. But they couldn't do that till they found out where the line was.
Mm-hmm.
See, there might be a dozen on one place, and they all
Mhm.
thought it was different.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 4 miles square, 4 sections out of every 36 that was reserved for school land.
It couldn't be
You
filed.
couldn't file on that.
Mm-hmm.
But lots of them was on it and didn't know it was school land.
Yeah.
Well, then, when I seen there was lots of fellas all around there, I wanted to find out the number of the land so I could go and file on it before someone else did. Well, there was another old man there that had a pocket compass, a little small compass, and him and I walked around there for 2 or 3 miles on each side, and we found a township cornerstone. Every 6 miles there's a taller stone than the rest of them, and it has 6 marks scratched on all 4 sides. Well, those lines mean that 6 miles west is another, and 6 miles east in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
And we could, this other man had education, and he could figure from the marks on those cornerstones what township and what range it was in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we took a wagon wheel and run a stick through the hub of it, and tied a rag on one spoke, and I put 100 little pebbles, little stones in my pocket. Well, then he took one end of the stick through the hub and I the other, and we rolled it south according to his compass. Every time that white rag would come up, I'd throw out one of them pebbles. Well, the old man knew how many inches it was around that wheel. We measured it carefully.
Uh-huh.
And 5,280 feet, I think it is, was a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he figured when we went a mile, there ought to be another stone, a little one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was some timber there, and they had blazed the bark off of the side of one side of the stone and scratched some figures on there, maybe with a hot iron. And that meant it was 12 feet that way to the corner, or 20 feet, or whatever it was, without putting the stones.
Yeah.
And then it had been pastured. There'd been thousands of cattle there for 20 years, more, and there lots of rains washed stones out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there was more than half of them left. Well, when we found the numbers of this place, that old man knew how far it was to each one of them other cornerstones, and that would make the number of my place was Township 28, Range 21, west of Meridian 21. Well, then I knew the number of the place that I would have to file on. They had a lot of little maps, little, no bigger than a playing card with six marks across it each way, and 13 and 16 and 33 and 36 was school land. And if you got on that, well, you couldn't file on it anyhow. Well, we found out the number. Well, I seen when I got back there that my place laid northwest of where I'd put my stick in. I'd put my stick pretty close to the southwest corner, southeast corner of it. Well, I thought then if I could get to Perry and file on it before the other fellas did, well, then they would have to file a contest. They'd have to get a lawyer and take it to court. There's some of them places was lawed over for 20 years. Paid out lots more than the land was worth. Anyhow, well, when I got to Perry, to the land office, it was 90 miles. Well, in 10 miles of Perry, I could see a big black cloud down there. And when I got closer to it, I could see a white speck here and there on the ground. Well, that was dust. It made a cloud you could see for 10 miles away right over that township. And now this land office was a long, slim building about 50 feet long and 20 feet wide, and all of 1 by 12s and 2 by 4s. Two men had put it up in one day. That's the land office. And there was men in there with desks and writing materials, and if you could get in there, they'd ask you how old you was and if you ever had a claim before and if you was married, and a lot of questions. And if you passed it, well, they'd give you a deed to the numbers of the land. Well, when I got to that land office, I never have seen, even in movie pictures, as big a crowd of men around the building as they was around that land office. For a quarter of a mile all around it was just a solid mass of men standing there. There were millions of them that wanted to register before the other fellas did. And they had none of them shaved for months. Some of them had left New York on a horse, or left from any place in the country, and no water or no bathrooms or no laundries, and none of them shaved hardly, and it was a curious looking mob of people wanted to get in there. Well, I seen, and they could only file about 100 a day. You see, that's just a drop in a bucket to so many. Well, it would take a year or more me waiting there before I could get to the booth. And now they had the post office built there. It was about as big as that living room, about 12 feet square, and one man in there, and a stack of unimportant mail behind that building, bigger than the building was. And he had a stack of letters a foot high, and if you'd get to the window and tell him your name, he'd grab a stack of those letters, and he could shuffle them like a gambler would cards. And if there was a letter for you, why, he'd hit you in the face with it and call for the next man. And he could read the address on the letter upside down. And I think some of them he read backwards on the wrong side, and he'd throw the letter out and holler for the next fellow. Well, now that line to get to the post office was almost like the line was to get to the booth to get that certificate. The line wrapped around the public square twice, sometimes more, standing close together to get to the post office.
Well, now, was the post office where you filed? Was you filed for your claim?
No,
or did
I couldn't get to the land
there.
office.
So you were going to the post office?
Well,
Trying
no,
to.
the man that Barker, the Barker Ranch where I left, he told me that when I got down there and got a claim, got where the land office was, he'd ship me a carload of baled hay
Oh.
that maybe I could sell for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to get mail, but still it wasn't no serious matter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could sell your place in the post office line. I sold my place several times for $10 and get out of there. Well, now there was a station down the Santa Fe Railroad, two miles and a half. They called Old Horton. There was a stockyard there and a little creek and a water tank and the creek dammed up to water the locomotives, and a section house and a tool house for the men to keep their tools in, and a few little buildings around that. Was 2 miles and a half down the railroad from Perry, but at Perry there wasn't no siding, and there was 400 saloon companies shipped carloads of liquor and fixtures for saloons, some great big fine mirrors and counters, polished walnut, valuable stuff, and nice, piled along the railroad track for 2 miles on both sides of Perry, as high as the telephone wires, and stocks of groceries, stocks of hardware, every kind of merchandise was shipped in there by the train load, and no sidetracking, and they just unloaded it along the railroad as high as the telephone wires on both sides of the track for several miles. And every kind of business that there is in the United States was represented there. You could buy enough lumber to build a big house for $10. Hundreds of lumber companies shipped trainloads of lumber down there, unloaded along the right-of-way, and they couldn't send it back, and the people couldn't get a lot to build on, and they couldn't sell it, and they didn't know what to do with it.
Well,
They'd set up restaurants and barber shops and covered wagon with a sign on it, Land Attorney Bill Jones, and a doctor's office in a little dinky tent, and Dr. Bringle, and no telling how many kind of business. And there's more women. Lots of them wasn't too nice for ladies either. And they set up dance halls, get enough lumber to build a platform and have a dance on there. And no matter how dirty you was and how long your hair was and whether you ever been shaved in your life or not, a girl would run out there and grab you by the arm and tell you, come on, let's have a dance. And say, I ain't had a drink for a week, and you can get a bottle in there for $25, and beg you to go in with them. If you wouldn't, why, you'd wish you had generally. I went in there, hadn't shaved for months, and barefooted, and the bottom of my overalls was raveling strings clear to my knees, and so was my coat sleeves. A nice girl now, it wasn't style nowadays. If you had a bathing suit on and nothing hardly else, you could ride downtown in a car and stop and get out and go into stores. Well then, if a girl had a short dress on and a necktie, why, everybody look at them thinking that was funny.
That's right.
Well, they'd sing songs, and they set up, I think, as costly a building, if as far as the value of it is concerned, as has ever been in Perry, was a building. There they called it I can't think of the name of it, but it had a name. Anyhow, it had winding stairs in there up to a gallery that went clear around it for people to sit on.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the finest fiddlers that is in the world
The theater.
to play. And they had a big sheet, a big screen up in front, big one, and they'd get behind that screen and make shadows, had big lights behind it, and make your shadow. And they'd make pictures on there that you could all see through that screen, you know. Well, I've seen men fighting, two of them big knives, and one of them would knock the other one down and cut him to pieces with his knife. And right behind that fellow was a coil of rope. Well, that fellow would rip him open here with his big knife and reach down on the other side and get some of that rope and commence to pulling it out. It would look like it was pulling the man's entrails out, you know, and the whole crowd down there, 500 fellows would holler and clap their hands and roar, and there'd be boats come out there and look like it was on the water.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did do it, and have men in the boat and a dog, and they'd shoot a duck and the dog would jump out and you could see the water splash even on that screen. I think it was a kind of a forerunner to the moving pictures.
Yeah.
And they'd sing songs that you wouldn't think of singing in a nice store or a nice hall, or anyway, there wasn't any law.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they could do what they wanted to, and lots of them took advantage of it.
Well, now, after you didn't get the file, how did you get your
I
claim?
found out I couldn't file. Well, now this little town, not a town, that station, 2.5 miles south of Perry, the name was Horton, and they had a sidetrack down there for the railroad. And eventually, it was a year at least after the opening before I got the claim. I was hauling merchandise from that station back up to Perry. And I got my team back. I didn't tell you how I left my team, but I got them back. I seen the kid, and I seen that kid's father that I'd left him with, and he had my team, and I got him back. Well, I could make a little money hauling corrugated iron or lumber or glass material up to Perry for those that had got lots to build on. And I was getting along with that pretty good. And I seen and working on the streets, they started to lay the town off and fix curbs for streets and all. Well, I seen an old man that said he had a claim that he was a holding for his daughter. And his daughter decided that she didn't want it. It was too dusty and too hard times, and hard to even get anything good to eat that was clean and right, and she didn't want no more of it. And he'd trade me the number of that land, he knew the numbers of it, so I could file on it for that extra horse I had. And he said that he'd take me out there the next morning and show me the land, and if I wanted it, why, I could go back to Perry and file on it. My turn was coming pretty soon. Well, I went with that old man. He had a buckboard and a little bit of a pair of mules, and he told me where he was camped and for me to come there that next morning early, and he'd take me out there and show it to me. Well, I woke up a half a dozen people in covered wagons along that creek where he said he would be before I found the right fellow. Well, he got his little mules and fed them, and we made a fire, and he drank some coffee and stuff, and we started, but we couldn't get across that creek there. Well, we followed the creek down a couple of miles to where we could cross it. And we crossed it, and we drove till noon, and that was just barely daylight when we started. And the old man was lost. He didn't know where the place was, and he thought from the smoke and the trees that he'd find it sooner or later. Well, we finally found two little blackjack trees at the top of a lost. He didn't know where the place was, and he thought from the smoke and the trees that he'd find it sooner or later. Well, we finally found two little blackjack trees at the top of a hill just at the edge of the hill where it stepped down in benches. And he stopped there and let his team rest a little while, and he looked and talked and fooled around till he finally decided that he knew where he was now. And we got down and we went about 1.5 miles further, and there was a big tree with the bark blazed off, and the shell out of a .45 gun was drove in there where he had blazed the bark off. The stone was laying there under the tree that he had drove the shell in with.
So you got your claim then?
That was all the improvements that he had on the place. Well, when I seen there was a lot of timber there, I told him, all right, you can have the horse. Take me back to Perry.
Now that was 160 acres
160 acres.
for a horse.
For a horse, but it was land that none of the rest of them wanted.
Yeah.
It was full of brush and timber and,
Had to clear it.
several. There wasn't no creek right on it, but it was close to a creek, and lots of sloughs and ditches and ravines that run into it. Well, I went back with the old man, and the next morning I filed on it. That was my turn come. I had gave a man at the land office a nickel for a little bit of a scrap of paper with a number written on it. And he said, if you're there when that number's come, you can file. Well, I knew that my number would come the next day. Now, they built a printing office on a car in Guthrie. Guthrie was 30 miles south of Perry on the railroad, and they shipped that car up there for a printing office, the Perry Daily News. And they could only file about 100 a day, but they put the numbers that they had filed on the paper that day. And if you watch on that paper, you could tell if the one you wanted to
Which
file
was
on
yours?
was ready. Well, I filed on it, and I bought an axe and a sack of cornmeal and a jug of molasses and a sack of horse feed. Now, that whole country had been burnt off. You couldn't find enough dry grass to lay down on.
Well, why did they burn it?
They burnt a lot of it for safety, to keep from other people getting burnt up and getting their horses killed and all. The government made them burn it. Well, I traded with that old man, and I got back to Perry and filed on it, and I started right back that evening. But I didn't go the road the old man and I did. I thought I could go a shorter way, and I come to a little creek, Mule Creek they called it, and the bank was steep, and there was a waterfall down over that bank. Water fell about 12 feet, and there's quite a pond below that. There's some fish in it, and above it the water was shallow and deep sand. Well, I got to that creek and I couldn't cross it. There was trees that I couldn't get down there to or up on the other side with my wagon. Well, I had that axe and I done some forestry work. I cut several trees on both sides of the creek so I could cross. And that night I got to that tree that had that mark on. I knew I was right.
So you were home then?
I was home. I stretched a limb that stuck straight out from a big tree, stretched my wagon seat over it, and I drove some little forked sticks in the ground and put the sideboards of my wagon up on them and scratched enough dry leaves piled on them sideboards, and I stayed on night, and the fence posts and fuel wood was quite a demand in Perry. Well, I commenced to cutting wood and making fence posts, hauling to Perry, and I could sell it when I got there. I could get $1 for a cord of 4-foot wood, weigh 4,500 pounds.
Well, did you build a house of some kind or lean?
A little log house there, and was getting along pretty good, and had about 12 acres cleared up. And then,
Were you married at this time?
no, I wasn't. I wasn't. I had the house built, the old little bit of a cabin, and I had unloaded a couple of carloads of stuff down there at Horton and hauled it to Perry for a man that was going to have a land office. And when he found out the number of the land that he had the office built on, it was railroad property, and he couldn't file on it. Well, he had a door, a big heavy door, mechanic had made it, and OFFICE painted in big letters from the top corner down catty corner to the other corner. Well, I got that door from him, and put in this little log house that I built out there. And I didn't have any floor in it, and I didn't have a log, but what I could roll up other logs and put up there. And I got enough corrugated iron from two men that hauled a lot of the corrugated iron for to cover it with. And I had a pretty snug little place. Well, now I couldn't get a job to do any good, and I thought I'd go back up in Kansas and get a job. I could leave my place for 10 months, and nobody couldn't file on it. And I didn't have much there that anybody would steal. Well,
I expect we'd better let you rest now. It's getting late. Tomorrow in the morning, we will begin then where you had your house built.
well, lady, tell me what good is all of this talk going to do?
Oh, this is...
No, courtesy.
Testing. Testing.
Too loud.
Testing.
You're too-
Testing. Mr. Walkling, I believe that when we stopped for our rest, you had just gotten your claim in near Perry, and it had some firewood on it, and you had cut wood and were bringing it into Perry. I believe that was it about this time, about 2 years later, that you obtained these horns, these beautiful horns of the old Maverick Longhorn. Tell us how you got them.
Well, I got the job to build a fence around the Oto Indian Reservation for the Pryor Cattle Company. And the foreman that bossed the job and looked after its name was Homer Morris. He later spent a good many years of his life working for the Miller brothers on the 101 Ranch. But they began shipping cattle in there on the railroad, open the car doors and make them jump out. They were brought from Arizona and New Mexico, and probably some of them from Old Mexico. They were wild, but they were thin. They had been on poor feed. And some of them were weak, nearly too weak to get around. But this particular steer had wonderfully beautiful horns. Everyone that's seen them, all of the cowhands that looked after the cattle, after they were unloaded, would noticed the horns and a good many speaking about them. Well, Mr. Morris told me that that herd had cost them $8 a head, landed there in the Oto Reservation, and I might have him for $8. Well, I carried a rifle on the wagon that I hauled the fence posts on, and the next time I seen him, I took a long distance shot at him with the rifle, but killed him. And I went and skinned him. I had a colored man helping me. We skinned him and saved his hide and a piece of his liver and part of his tongue and left the rest of the carcass there. I carried the hide on the wagon till the next day or two. I met a hide buyer, and he gave me 25 cents for the hide. Well, I kept the horns, tried to take good care of them. And later I started a meat market and a grocery store, and I mounted those horns the best way I could with some wooden blocks and put them over the meat market door out in the open weather. And they were there for several years. I don't remember just how. But meanwhile, the weather scaled them and they got rough looking. Well, later I had a good many compliments on them. Different people would notice them, how extra even they were matched. And I took them down and had a friend there to help me make a different block to mount them on. And that's the way I got them.
Now, those are the horns that you have just shown me.
Yes, ma'am.
They're beautiful. And did you polish them yourself?
Yes, ma'am. It was a very poor job. I just took some broken glass and took the edge of the broken part of the glass and scraped the scales off, and later varnished them. And I made up a little poem about the horns myself. Late
May I hear that?
inside of the last 5 years, my wife was bedfast, and I had to wait on her several times at night. And every time I would turn the light on, the reflection would show on those horns. And I would think a little more that I could add to my story.
And you didn't write it down, you just kept it in your head, in your memory.
I kept it in my head, and each night I could think of a few more words, or not, probably not every night, but occasionally during the day I'd think of something that I thought would be nice to put on that. And if you folks would like to hear it,
I would love to hear
repeat
it, please.
These are the horns of a beautiful steer. He could kick the flies from the tip of his ear, flip his tail in playful glee, and jump about like a Red River flea. To me, there's nothing on earth half so dear as a long-horned, slim-bodied Texas steer. How often I wish that I was a steer with a long, shining horn at the butt of each ear, with a clear, fearless eye and a tapering tail that would snap like a whip when the wind blowed a gale. How I'd beller and roar and paw up the ground, lope over a hill with a thundering sound, till the rumble from my lung-laden pits scared timid jackrabbits and wolves into fits. But I'd snort like a terror and hump up my back if I saw a wild cowboy pursuing my track. But I'd laugh at his O's as he fell to the rear. I'd be a Joe Dandy if I was a steer. I once roped a beautiful steer, but I fell from my pony with an ear-piercing yell. I fell with a lariat fast to my wrist, fell to be dragged through grass wet with mist. Bumping, rolling, and grunting I went a full mile a minute, or I don't want a cent. Gravel and grass tore hide from my nose, riddled my clothes clear down to my toes. Even my breeches was put out of gear by a playful freak of that beautiful steer.
That's lovely. Do you have another one you could give us? How about Alberta?
Well, I won't claim credit for making up another little poem all by myself. My wife was educated, and the boss of the man that I had sold my peach crop to stayed with my wife and I, and he was a real educated man, and he had told me a good many different words and what they meant that would sound nice with the rest of that poem.
Well, did you married your wife after you built your little cabin, your little log house there? Was she a Kansas girl or?
She's Kansas.
Oh, you went back to Kansas to get her.
Yes.
What was her name?
Her name was Laverna Bell. Laverna Bell. And her surname was Greathouse. Her father's name was Anderson Greathouse. And they lived in Chautauqua County, Kansas. That's right close to the south edge of Kansas. And her mother had been married twice. Her first husband's name was Kirby, and she had two sons, Art and Jeff Kirby. They were, later she married, Kirby died naturally. I think he was a preacher. And then later she married Anderson Greathouse, and by him she had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Well, their half-brothers were the oldest, and they were both fine men, and good, had some education and managed cattle business. And they owned possibly 500 or more acres up and down a creek in the south edge of Kansas in Chautauqua County. And later her mother married a 3rd time. Anderson Greathouse shot himself accidentally, getting a rifle out of a car. And later she married an old fiddler. His name was Lindsay. Lou Lindsay, and he didn't go much on work, but he was a pretty good fiddler, and he would fiddle music for dances, and I guess he was an extra good one. He attracted quite a crowd sometimes to hear his music, but he didn't like to work, and he didn't. My mother was sorry that she had married him, I think. I could tell all day about that, but you wouldn't.
Well, we're more interested in your wife.
Yes.
And
Well,
she helped you then. She helped you learn because you write well now and you read.
later, my mother and my older sister rented a house in Emporia, Kansas, and there's a big school at Emporia. They call it State Normal, I believe, or the State University or something of that kind. Well, my mother had a house rented. My older sister was with my mother, and they rented a house. It was 418 Union Street in Emporia, Kansas. And my brother-in-law, my oldest sister's husband, got sick. He was a fine man. He's the same one that bought the ranch in Texas that I told you about. He got the dropsy of the liver, and he was at work in different places, working on bridges or big buildings. Well, he'd have to send his pants home to his wife, that was my sister, to enlarge them a time or two. Well, then he got worse and came home, gave up his job and came home where my mother and my older sister were. And they had a pretty good sized house rented with a number of rooms in it, upstairs in different parts. Well, my sister, Lil, was my oldest sister's name, wrote me a letter to my claim where I was located in Oklahoma, and I had to get a neighbor fella to read it for me. And there was 2 pictures in the letter, little, not as big as these pictures you have, of 2 girls' heads on one of the pictures. And one of them was my sister. I knew it as quick as I saw it, but the other girl I didn't know. And during the letter that I got, it said that was a girl that stayed with them in a room of their house and went to school. Well, later my brother-in-law got worse, and worse and worse. He was bedfast all the time. And my sister and my mother was busy taking care of the rooms and things they had in the house, and Lil wore herself out. She wasn't able to stand it any longer, night and day, taking care of him and doing the rest of the work. And she wrote to me to come up there if I could and help her take care of Henry. Earlier in my life, Lil had been a wonderful sister to me. She'd helped me wonderfully at different times, and I would do anything that was possible for me to take care of her. Well, I had a yoke of steers that I had broke to work, that I was hauling wood and fence posts to market all the time. And I didn't have any money to speak of, but I drove that team to town and sold them to a butcher for $35. Well, I didn't want to spend my money for car fare, and I seen them making up a train that was going north, a freight train. And I got into a boxcar and stood in the door and saw the brakeman and the engineer, no, it was the conductor and the engineer coming down the train ahead of me. Well, I stepped back in the corner out of sight from the door of the car, and they stepped up there and shut the door. and put a seal on the door. It's a little piece of tin they run through the lock. Well, I had a pound or more of bologna, and I had a package of crackers, and it was hot in the car after the door was shut. Well, pretty soon they switched onto the car, and I felt it moving around there for a while, and then it took off to the north. Well, the next stop or two that it made was at Winfield, Kansas. Well, I heard some men, they switched the car off on the sidetrack and left it. Well, I heard some people walking past the car, and I pounded on the door and hollered to let me out. Well, one man took a stick and twisted that seal off of the door and let me out. He didn't have any coat on, and it was chilly in the evening, and he didn't have any hat. He said he was a horseshoer, and he was going someplace where he thought he could get a job. Well, him and I sat down on a pile of railroad ties right there in the railroad yards in Winfield, Kansas, and I had two coats on. I had a ducking coat over another coat. Well, I gave him my ducking coat to wear because it was chilly. Well, the next morning before daylight, as another train come past. Well, we both run after it along the side. Well, he caught it. He caught the ladder that goes up the car. Well, I missed it. I run into a post and hurt myself, and I missed the train, but he did. Had my coat and all, and that was the last I seen of him. Well, I came back and sat there a while longer, and a passenger train came by. Well, I run out and caught it between the sleeping car and the baggage car. There wasn't any doors in either end of them. Well, I rode on it quite a ways north of Winfield. Well, then the train turned west. There's a Y, and it switched off west. Well, I knew that Emporia wasn't west. Well, I jumped off of the train on a grade, and I rolled down the bank of the grade, and I hit my chin on my knee, and I pretty near bit my tongue off. Well, I finally got out of there and walked back to where the Y started, where the track split and turned west. And there were two freight cars, or two stock cars, sitting on a siding there, and I was thirsty. I had ate a lot of that bologna, and I was awfully thirsty. Well, there's a little river there. They called it Cottonwood, I think. Well, I went down the bank to see if I could get a drink, and I stepped on thin ice along the edge, and I wet one leg above my knee. But I got a drink, and I got back and got up in one of those stock cars that was standing there on that siding, and I run back and forth in there until nearly daylight, and another passenger came that was going the right way. Well, I managed to catch that passenger train, but a brakeman saw me, and he came and talked to me. I showed him the letter that my sister had written me, and told him that I didn't have any education or any money to speak of, and he finally let me ride on to Emporia. Well, I got off at Emporia and inquired where 418 Union Street was. Well, one of the railroad yard men told me. Well, I walked out there. It still wasn't quite daylight. And I saw the numbers on the buildings to 418 was a house on a sliding hill, and the back door was some steps up to the back door, and there was a light in that room. Well, I went around there and went up those steps and knocked at the door, and a girl come to the door and opened it. And I asked her if Mrs. Walkland lived there, and she said yes, that she was in bed, that she'd go and wake her. Well, the minute she opened the door, and the first glance I got of her face, I saw it was that same girl that was on that picture. And it was. Well, she woke my mother up.
Now, was this girl the one that became your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was her name?
Her name was Laverna. Laverna Bell. Her surname was Greathouse.
And that's how you met her.
That's
then?
the first time I met her, yes.
Well, did you take her back down to Oklahoma with you?
Not that trip.
Had to go back and get her.
I stayed there for 2 weeks, or 2 months. Long time, until my brother-in-law died. I had him in my arms, the last breath he took. Well, I stayed there till the funeral. I had the money that I got for those steers, but I had spent it all for groceries and a few things there to help my folks along. Well, then I got a job from a man named Wood. He owned a big barn building right in Emporia, and he bought hay and baled it and then shipped it. He bought loose hay. There's quite a prairie country there and lots of hay brought in there. Well, he gave me a job with 2 other boys to bale hay. And those other, now Sybil, my younger sister, and this girl would come down there to see us baling hay. Well, I told those other boys that I was working with that I liked that
Girl.
Vernie,
Yeah.
and they would try to make a fool out of me. When she'd come, they'd try to feed the balers so fast that I couldn't tie the bales. Well, I would jump over the plunger and run the wires through and run it back, and then I'd jump over the chamber that the hay came.
Oh,
I
so
promised to be back my birthday, a week from Christmas. Well, I didn't have any money to speak of, and I traded 10 and 1 horse. I didn't have but 1 horse, the mare that I had rode up there. Well, I went back home and took a job to dig a well 100 feet deep for $20. The well was 35 feet deep, but he wanted it 100 feet, wanted it lots deeper. Well, there was water dripping down from the top all the time, and there was little pebbles falling, and it was dangerous because it could cave in.
Yeah.
Well, I dug that well. It was 5 miles from home, from where I lived. Well, I would ride that mare over there and work all day and ride back. And he had the horse and the box and the pulleys that would pull the dirt out. I would get down in there and fill a box with dirt. And then the horse would pull out and then that would raise the dirt out. Well, I finally got the well done. Got $20. Well, I went to town and bought a blue coat and vest and a pair of striped pants. And I traded 10 cords of wood, then a 4-foot wood, for another horse. And I had to deliver the wood in town. The man would let me have the horse to deliver the wood, but he wouldn't let me have him to take off up in Kansas on a trip. Well, I had to get the wood cut and delivered in a hurry because it was getting short time. Well, the first load of wood that I took to town, I met a guy walking out from town. He had been and I was going to town. And he stopped me and said he hadn't had a bite to eat for several days, and he had walked clear from West Oklahoma hunting a job, and that he'd do anything in the world for somebody if they'd feed him. Well, I told him then if he would help me cut that wood, well, I'd feed him anyhow. Well, he got on my wagon and rode back to town. He was coming from it and helped me unload the wood. And then when time we got home, it was nearly midnight. It was late. Got back out to my place, to my little log house. I didn't have any floor in it, or I didn't have a stove then. But I had one axe that was pretty good, and the other one was needed grinding bad. And I had a grindstone, and we built a fire outdoors for a light and ground on that other axe for him to chop with until daylight. And I got confidential with him. I told him that I was going away to get married, and I showed him my clothes, the pants and the coat and vest. I had laid them on a sill in the corner of the log house up out of reach, and I showed him my clothes and I told him when I was going. And he said, well, he'd stay there and have a big lot of wood cut for me when I come back, and talked nice enough. Well, I thought maybe I could make 2 loads the next day. And he helped me load the one load I had it already cut. And he said he'd have another load cut for me when I got back. Well, when I got back, I saw the axe that we had ground for him was stuck in a tree, and he wasn't there. Well, I thought about my clothes the first thing, and I left the wagon stand and run to the house, and my clothes were gone. And so was the man. Well, I didn't hardly have a change of other clothes, excepting overalls and a kind of a Verney made some like it later, a kind of a shirt that you didn't have to stick in your overalls. Well, I didn't know what I could do about the clothes, but I thought I'd go anyhow. Now, during the time I was hauling that wood, I had to carry a lot of it across a ravine, and it was full of briars, as full as they could grow, and I had to wade through them. Well, I had tore the bottom of my pants nearly up to the knees just in ravels. And the same with the sleeves of my ducking coat. Well, the night before I was to go, or it was several days before I was to go, I traded a man 100 fence posts for the use of his wagon sheet and bows. The bows to hold the wagon sheet that I wanted to take with me. And I finally got started Christmas morning. And I was to be there. New Year's was my birthday, and it was 200 and some miles. And that old horse, the one I had traded for, was good, honest old horse, but he was weak and thin. Well, there was a ditch less than a mile from my house, a steep hill and a ditch at one side. Well, going up that hill, that horse's feet slipped out from under him and he fell on his side in that ditch, and he couldn't turn up on his feet. Well, I got the wagon loose from him and hitched the other horse to the top of his collar and pulled his head and front legs out of the ditch, and he got up. Well, it was afternoon before I got a mile away from home, and I was to be up there in less than a week. We had agreed to get married on my birthday night, and she had a friend that was an old preacher. She called him Brother Scott, and he had agreed to come there to her brother's house to get us married. Well, I got there the night before New Year's, got there late, and the horses was wore out, and I had those knee pants on and elbow sleeves coat, and I don't know when I'd had a bath or got shaved. Well, she was glad to see me anyhow, and her brothers treated me nice, and they gave us a cow, give me my choice out of a herd they had, and she had some turkeys, and she had an old neighbor friend that she called Aunt Mary. She wasn't her aunt, but she had been a friend to Vernie all her life as a little girl up. And she wanted me to go with her to see Aunt Mary before we started. Well, I didn't like very well to go, but I did. I looked like, well, I don't know how to describe it, but the clothes I had wouldn't have been fit to offer to beggar. But I went to the door with her, and Aunt Mary stuck her hand out and shook hands with us and hoped us luck and everything. And we went back and we put those 3 turkeys of hers, and this Aunt Mary had some of these guinea hens, and she gave us a pair of those guinea hens, and those 3 turkeys, and the cow. We tied the cow behind my wagon. She was gentle, and give 'em some milk. Well, we led the cow, and it got cold, bad cold, and we started back, and we walked behind the wagon nearly all the way, 200 and some miles, to keep warm. She had a trunk and some clothes and some books and a few dishes and things that we packed in the wagon. Well, we slept in the wagon bed and fed the horses in the back end of the wagon and led the cow the whole way. We camped several nights, and one old man that we passed his place soon after we started, he still knew my wife's brothers, and they invited us to stay the first night with them. It was getting late in the evening, and I had worked for that man once before, stripping cane, and I filled a wagon, had an old wagon, and the tires was loose, and it had to have some new fellies. And I told the old man if he would get the material, I'd fill that wagon wheel. And then they milked a lot of cows, and I helped them milk cows at night, and I helped them turn the cream separator. And the
And
one
so
that-
this time he knew you then.
yes, they kind of knew me. His
And
name.
did they ask you in out of the cold?
Yes, we went in and had a nice bed there to sleep. That was the first night after we left.
Uh-huh.
Well, that man knew my brother-in-law as well. And when I went to the courthouse to get a license, you see, the courthouse was in Sedan, Kansas. It was 20 miles from their house. Well, I got there Christmas, and it was Christmas Day I started. It was getting nearly to my birthday.
Yeah.
Well, I rode to that courthouse on the best mare to get the license. And the judge knew my brother-in-laws, and he knew my wife. He knew Bernie, knew the whole family. And he shook hands with me and hoped me lots of kids and lots of long, happy life. And no matter if I didn't look like the
Prince of Wales.
yes. Well, he was friendly. Well, now 65 years later, in Modesto, California, I went to another judge to get a marriage license.
That was after Bernie had died.
He asked me how old I was. I told him I was 89, and they kind of laughed at me. And when he gave me the paper, he held out his hand and said, $2.50, please. I couldn't help but remember the way the other judge
Yeah.
talked to me.
He had known you and knew your wife and everybody.
Well, we got home to my place. I didn't have a floor in the house yet, but I had a little stove, and we built a bed out of poles and little sticks and limbs next to one side, and I had started to dig a well behind the house, and had thrown out a big pile of gravel and sand that had dug there. Well, we looked around. She was satisfied. She said that she hoped that I could get her a lot of flour sacks. That meant pieces of white cloth, and she'd nail on the logs and make it look pretty different. Well, we went to bed, and after we'd went to bed, I heard a terrible noise. I heard a great bell thing ringing, and the roof was rattling. It was this corrugated iron roof on it. And we got up, and there was 100 boys and neighbors throwing stones, and they had a couple of rolling cutters. That's a big sheet of iron, sharp for to put on a plow. They was pounding on me.
And what did they call those, shiveries?
Yes, that was a chivalry.
Uh-huh.
Well, we had some popcorn, and they wanted Bernie to sing a song for them. And they come in, and we had
a party.
A little visit.
Yes.
And now I got a letter here less than a week ago from a granddaughter of one of them kids. Name was Rittaller. The whole family got a claim not far from mine, and we knew each other from babyhood up.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you another funny thing about our early life there. There was a widow woman that lived between my place and town. That was several years after we was married. And her house burned down, and she had 2 children. Well, now, I'm too fast. Her house hadn't burned down, but she didn't have any team or no husband, but had 2 children. A girl, maybe 15, was grown pretty near, and a smaller one. Well, now there was another family that lived joined their place on the south, name of Brown, and they had some children, quite a bunch of them, and had a girl about this girl's size. And they two girls visited each other quite often, and sometimes would stay all night at each other's house. Well, I hauled stuff past the woman's house, and she was out to her mailbox one day, and she stopped me, and I asked her if she had any sweet potatoes, and she said no. Well, I had 1,000 bushel, oh, lots of them, and I had a sack full on the wagon, and I gave it to her, and I gave her some other garden stuff a time or two, and she talked to me. Well, now her husband, his name was Scott Sylvester. He had sowed 100 acres of wheat before he died, and the wheat was getting nearly ready to cut. Looked pretty good. And she wanted to know if I could cut it for her. I had a binder that was a machine of purpose. Well, I told her yes, and I pulled over there to her house with 3 horses on the binder. It was a heavy machine on muddy ground anyhow. Well, she had a little pair of mules, and her boy rode one of them, and they hitched them on in front of my 3 horses to pull the binder in soft ground. Well, it worked all right till it didn't get through, and I had to stay all night or go home. And to take, it was 4 or 5 miles back home, and to take the team was tired and wanted to get started early. And she said, well, you stay here, you take care of the team, and the boy'd help, and I didn't need to go home. Well, I told her all right. She's a small woman, very nice looking, and had very good education. She could sing awful nice, sing pretty songs, and that girl and that boy and her sung several songs, especially for me to listen to them. And they wanted me to sing a song for them. Well, I couldn't. I don't have no music education or nothing. But I finally sung a little silly song that I'd heard somebody sing before. I said, as I was traveling through the city, I saw a pleasant sight. Through an open parlor window, I saw a lovely maid, and to a young man standing by, these words I heard her say, darling Joe, don't you go, stay a little longer, do dear. Stay a little longer, do dear. Please don't go. Stay with me a little longer, do near. In a trance I stood and listened to in a trance I stood and listened, and behind the loving pair I saw a scowling face and heard an old man say, and I heard the maiden say, darling Joe, hurry go, run a little faster, do dear, run a little faster, do dear. Well, I sung a little silly song like that to them. Well, they're here about 3 or 4 months. Well, now that night she gave me her bed and said to sleep there, and she would sleep with the little boy in another room. Well, I went to bed and soon fell asleep. Well, in the morning I wanted to get up early to feed the team and get ready to start. Well, when I got up out of the bed, I saw a foot and leg stuck out from under the cover on the side. And I thought to myself, by George, that boy's got a pretty foot and leg. I couldn't help but look at it. It's just awful nice, just as pink and pretty. Well, when I went into my breakfast after I'd fed the team, the woman and the boy both grinned and looked kind of funny back and forth, but they didn't say nothing. Well, now here, less than 6 months ago, there was two women came to the door. One of them smaller than the other. They were old ladies. They heard about me. Now, that was after I had been on the TV. And the woman thought she'd like to come and see me. She said that she slept with me one night about 80 years ago. She asked me if I remembered it. And I told her, well, I remembered the night that I cut Mrs. Sylvester's wheat. And she said, well, her name was Lula Sylvester. She had been married, married I don't know how long, but she's old and gray. She's close to 80 years old.
Yes.
And we had quite a little visit. Now, here a few days ago, I got a nice Christmas card from her. She lives here in California.
Well, I do know. Well, that's quite a story. Did your wife ever hear about this?
Yes, I've told her. I told her.
Well, that was an
I
honest...
told her at the time, you know, when I got home. I told her that Lula made a mistake. She thought her mother was in that bed, you know, and she'd came home from Brown's late, and she just got into bed there, and supposed
And Lula was the little 15-year-old girl.
I was on the other side.
Yeah.
She didn't have any idea about it. And now that Brown girl that she went to see later married a boy in Perry named of Ralph Foster. And they started a drugstore on the corner of the square. And her husband, the man she married, his father was the first sheriff in Noble County. And that Nancy, Edna Brown was the girl. They started the first drugstore. Well, I got Christmas card and letter from her, and they still run the drugs. They said that was the 52nd year they'd run the drugstore.
Well,
Said Ralph had died, and I don't know.
well, weren't you in business in Perry for a while? Didn't you have a meat market?
20 years. I moved to town to send the kids to school, you know, purpose.
How many children did you have?
Had two that we legally adopted.
Oh.
I better tell you something about my family and the way I got so much money. I got to be a kind of a high-powered guy in Noble County.
You did.
I run out of timber to sell for fence posts and fuel.
That was out on your claim.
Well, after we was married in 20 years after. So much money. I got to be a kind of a high-powered guy in Noble County.
You did.
I run out of timber to sell for fence posts and fuel.
That was out on your claim.
Well, after we was married in 20 years after, and was getting along pretty good. I had a good part of my orchard set out. It was after several years that I'd sold them by the carload.
Oh, that was where you grew the peaches.
That's where I grew the peaches. Well, I moved to...
Now, were these the peaches that you wrote the poem about?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's have that poem. I want that right now about the Alberta that you said yesterday.
Well, I don't claim credit for writing all of that myself.
Well, your wife, of course,
My wife
helped, but
and the man that the company had sent there to superintend the packing of the peaches, they had told me a number of words and what the words meant, and thought that it would make it sound better if I put that there. Well, I said, last summer when we parted, sweet Alberta, you look quite fair enough to eat. Let this for absence may atone, since last we met you've fair grown. Your cheeks reflect the sunset glow. Your rounded outline allures me so, although you have a heart of stone. I wouldn't mar your bloom so fresh, nor bruise the fairness of your flesh. I would promise my most worthy mate that I would be most temperate and gaze on you with thoughts sedate. Although you've caused me many a ache and pain, I wouldn't bruise the fairness of your flesh. I promise my most worthy mate that I would be most temperate and gaze on you with thoughts sedate. I would devour you with my eyes, but gazing never satisfies. So in your flesh, so rosy bright, I'd set my teeth so sharp and white. For when you're peeled, you're out of sight. Alberta, you're a peach.
That's good. um, I like that one, and I like the one about the longhorn steer. Did we get that one?
I think you got that.
I got that one. I'd forgotten whether we got the steer or whether it was the one that the other fella gave him.
No, you got the steer a while ago.
Sir?
You recited the one about the steer.
Yes.
We got that one about how you got him, and then the poem about him. I like the one about the peaches. Tell us about the peach orchard now. Did you succeed with that?
Well, my wife had some neighbors from the neighborhood that she lived with all her life and was well acquainted with them, that moved to Oklahoma, to old Oklahoma. That was nearly 5 years before the strip was opened. And they had set out some peach trees and had a little orchard. And their name was Dent, George Dent. Well, Verney later found out that Dent's had moved from her neighborhood to old Oklahoma and was getting along good. And she got in touch with them, and they invited Verney and I to come down there and visit them. Well, we decided to go. I had a new wagon and a good team. And there was an old peddler. He peddled, I don't know, different articles of stuff and wanted to stay over Sunday with Verney and I. And he said that he'd like to go down there with us in the wagon to see that those neighbors. Well, when we got there, going down the hill to the creek, it was Stillwater Creek was the name of it. It was quite a stream, and there was no bridge, and the hill run diagonal down the hill to the water, and there was rock piled in there in place of bridge, but the water was a foot or more deep over the rock. Mm-hmm. And at the edge of the rock on both sides, or on the left-hand side, the water was deep. It was 4 or 5 feet at least. Well, as the old peddler went on with us to Dent's, and he had 100 or more peach trees already set out and bearing, and they were full. The fruit looked awful nice and was nice, although it was seedlings. It wasn't budded fruit. There never was any of them much size, but they had a good flavor, and we hadn't seen any fruit for several years, and we enjoyed it and took a sack full home with us. And as we went up that hill at that creek, why, the wagon was new and had a good team. It was gentle. Well, the wagon pin that held the double trees on the tongue came out nearly at the top of the hill, and the wagon started backwards down the hill fast. Well, I let the lines go. I had the lines in my hand, and I let them go, and I hollered, "Whoa!" Kept a hollering, "Whoa!" as the wagon run back down the hill. And when it got to the edge of the water, it missed those rocks and turned off, and the back end of the wagon went right off deep, and the old peddler was sitting back there. Well, he jumped out when the wagon stopped in the water, 5 feet deep. He had his head out, sticking out there, and Vernie laughed at me, said I hollered "whoa" at the wagon all the time it was going down the hill. The team was going on. We had quite a little fun over it. But I got out and run and stopped the team and come back and fixed it and pulled it out. And we got wet and all, but we enjoyed it, had fun over it. Well, that old peddler came on home with us, and I decided that I could set some peach trees out, that those was fine, and they had grew quick and was doing good. Well, then there was an old fruit tree agent. He sold fruit trees from the Stark Nursery. I think it was in Missouri, I think it was. Well, he drove a horse and a buggy, and he'd go to one farm and another. We were all new, you know, the strip had just been opened, and try to sell so many peach trees to each fellow. Well, he liked to come to my place and stay all night with us, Saturday night, and stay till Monday. And I would feed his horse and feed him, and we'd talk friendly. Well, now before I go any further, stop that. That little girl that told me that I slept with, old man Burroughs.
What?
Well, I got quite a lot of peach trees from that old man. His name was Burroughs. At different times, I think I paid him for quite a number, more than he owed me for his lodging. Well, those peach trees grew fast and commenced to bear, and the peaches was extra large and extra red, nice color. And
Was that due to the way you had fed the ground, had fed them? The fertilizer?
No, the blood that I put on the trees was just
That was good.
for rabbits, to
Oh.
keep them from gnawing the bark off.
Not to feed the roots then.
No, but I got a barrel full of blood from a slaughterhouse that I was acquainted with, and I made a long tin can, a foot or more long and not very big around. And I'm going too soon. These wasn't those trees, but I'll tell you that later. I set those out that I got from the old peddler, and they done so nice. And I had neighbors that didn't have any, and they come and buy a few from me. And I seen they was had so many calls. Some of them had got them, and they was extra nice, and they want some more of them. Well, pretty soon there was another fruit tree agent came to see me. He came from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and he told me that he had June bud trees. Now they took the buds off of extra fine peach trees that were bearing, had especially nice fruit on, and they would take a lot of peach seeds from the year before and plant them early. And those seeds sprout and came up as big as a lead pencil by June. And they had taken the buds off of a great lot of other trees and kept them in cold storage. And he'd take those buds out of cold storage and cut one of those little seedlings off at the ground and put that bud on it from the fine peach trees. They called them June buds. Now, during that season, the peaches from June, when they bud them, would get switches 2 foot high. Well, they have a plow thing that goes under and cuts the roots off of the trees down about 1 foot deep, and then they can just pull them right out, roots and all. And they tied them in bunches like tomato plants and fill a carload of those bunches. Well, I talked to 3 or 4 neighbor friends that said they'd take 1,000 of them or so many. One old man took 2,000. I think 2 different neighbors took 2,000 for about a nickel apiece. Wasn't very much, but they got them pretty cheap. Well, I got that blood in the can that I told you about and fastened the can to the dashboard of an old buggy. And I had plowed the land deep, and I had oxen with a bolt that goes through the yoke in the middle of it and sticks up on top of the middle of the yoke. Well, then I took a stake and tied a rag on it and set it in the middle of a 1/4 of a mile. The rows were to be a 1/2 mile long on both sides of the road. See, I had bought the place south of me. That made some of the rows, 6 of them were a mile long, was a 1/2 mile on each side. Well, I took a lister, that's a plow that throws the dirt both ways and makes a ditch. Well, I set those stakes, one at the end of the field and one in the middle. And I could hold the plow handles and sight right over that bolt on the yoke to both of those stakes and keep them in line. I believe that I had 6 rows of trees there a mile long that we could shoot a rifle through there, would hit every tree. And then I cross-plowed it. And I had a nigger that took 2 spades full of dirt out where those 2 lines crossed, and he went ahead of me, and my wife rode in that old buggy and would take one of those trees out of that bunch and stick the top of it down in that blood, clear to the roots. And she'd hand it to me, and I'd set it there where those rows crossed, just take 3 or 4 tromps on it, and then I'd run to the next one, just 23 feet, and the old horse would stop up and she'd hand me another. Well, I could set 'em out fast. I think maybe could make one of those rows a 1/2 mile long clear through in 20 minutes, or maybe not so fast. Well, they grew, and they done wonderfully.
Was that the place then where you started your cannery?
Yes.
Tell us about that cannery.
That year.
I heard
Several
that.
years after that.
Yes, but I heard that your peaches were so fine that they, all the settlers bought your cannery type peaches.
Well, nearly everybody in the county that wanted a job worked for me.
Oh.
I had 100 girls to peel peaches for 6 weeks at a time, 3 different years. And I had 16 men in the gang, and I had 3 gangs of picking. And I made about 20 wagon beds, 16 feet long, I believe they were, to set, we could set 18 bushel baskets in the lower floor of the wagon bed. Then I had 2 boards that run the length of the wagon on top of them, a second floor in the wagon. And we could put 18 on them in the orchard when they had picked them, to haul to the shed that they sorted them and packed them in. Well, I had more business out there at my farm. I got 1 groceryman in Perry to run back and forth with um, a light wagon to bring the canned goods and stuff out. And Vernie and Elsie and Ori was two grown girls that lived with us. Elsie was Vernie's niece. She's Charlie Greathouse's daughter. She lives up in Oregon now. I got a Christmas card from her the other day. She's about 85 years old now. Well, we had the busiest time that I ever have had in my life.
Didn't you ship some of those by carloads?
I sold 55 carloads, or sold the whole crop to the S.H. Verhalen and Company. They sent a fellow there from Chicago, one of the Verhalen boys, Walter Verhalen, and he was there all the time that we were picking the peaches. And he run back and forth between the orchard and the shed where we picked them. And had a party out there one night. Had speaking and entertainment, and it was pretty near like town. And I had the first Delco light that plant that was in Oklahoma. And I had lights at the barn and the chicken house and the cannery.
So you worked at night too?
Built the building at the cannery. Built the building out of native lumber. And I had everybody that wanted a job come out there, and I never had anybody work for me 1 hour, but what got their pay, I paid them all. I made a deal with the bank, and when I'd ship a carload of peaches, they'd send the check to the bank. I didn't know whether I had $1 million in there or 10 for a while. I wrote more checks, twice as many as the Perry Mill Company did. That was the biggest institution in Noble County. And I sure was a big shot. And then I run out of timber, and I went over I was going to Tulsa on the railroad, and when I crossed the Cimarron River, I seen off down on the right hand, I seen a pile of fence posts and an old man there unloading the wagon. Well, when I got to Manford, was a little town on the other side of the river, across the bridge, I got off and walked back there and asked that old man where he got the posts, and he said he got him off of his land. He had 40 acres right down there, a little ways on the river. Said they had a lot of cedar on it. I asked him what he'd take for that pile that he had there. There was a switch there on the railroad. They called it the potato switch. There was a lot of fellas raised early potatoes there that they could ship to Chicago and get a good market for them before the main crop was in. They called it potato switch. Well, he offered them to me for a price that I knew I could sell them wholesale there and make quite a bit besides the freight. Well, I bought all he had, and then he wanted to sell me the land, the 40 acres. Said him and his wife wasn't getting along too good. He'd like to sell me the whole thing. Well, I bargained to give him $400 for it, and come back there with a bunch of men, a bunch of niggers, to make the posts. There were cedar trees as 100 feet high, and you couldn't reach your arms around them. Would make lots of good posts, and that's wonderful timber for that. Well, he agreed to it. Well, I went home then and got the bunch of men together to go back with me, and took 2 niggers and 1 white boy. And my wife baked a great box full of light bread. She was a good cook, and I cured lots of meat. We took 3 or 4 sides of bacon and started back. The niggers in one camp, and when we crossed through one town, Langston, the law wouldn't allow niggers to stay all night in the town. They was having quite a fuss over that. But anyhow, we got there to the place, and the niggers caught fish, and there was lots of squirrels, and there was game, and they cooked and eat to themselves. Well, this white man and I eat bread and fried meat, bacon, lots of grease in the bacon. Well, pretty soon the, I got a big boil started on my arm. Hadn't eaten nothing for a month but bread and bacon. And we'd bread get dry, well, we'd soak it in grease. Well, I got a big boil on my arm. But when I got there, this old man said he couldn't sign the deed for the 40 acres. But I bought the timber anyhow then, and I asked him why he wouldn't sign the deed, and he said he would, but the old woman wouldn't sign it. She didn't want him to sell it unless she got the money. I was trading him 2 teams of mules and 2 new wagons and stuff in place of the $400, and she wouldn't sign it. Well, he finally told me if I'd film the case that the old lady would sign it. If I would take them to the pulpit at the courthouse and have the papers made out. Well, I told him all right. So Vernie and I came with me over there, and she was going to stay after we come back from the courthouse. Now, this old man had one boy named Nat, was 16, and then she had one younger, a small kid. And when we got to Tulsa on the railroad, we had to stay all night. Then we had to go down to, I know it so well, but I can't think of the name of the town, where the bank and the courthouse and all.
The Papa?
Bristow.
Oh, Bristol.
Bristow.
Mhm.
We went down to Bristow and went to the courthouse. The judge's name was Leif Spear, and I told him about it, and the old woman and him, the couple, got into a fight. They talked scandalous to each other, and she would have to sign the deed in spite of the lickings, and she was about to back out. But she agreed finally if I'd let her live in the house a reasonable time, why she would sign it. And she got the dishes and the dog and some bedding and stuff was hers. And their old team and wagon and plow and log chains and cant hooks and wood material was his. And when we got back to Tulsa, he had to stay all night again, and I had to get separate rooms for them to stay in.
Yeah.
They wouldn't speak to each other. They was on the warpath. And when we got to Manford, that was at home just across the river, where the old man and this Nat got off and stayed at a hotel in Manford. The old man had $200, and she had 200. And the old man thought he's rich. I bet that's the most money he ever had in his life.
And now what place was this now that you bought?
The place I had bought was right across the Cimarron River from Manford.
Yes.
And they had to ford the river there all the time. There wasn't a bridge. And it is bad for quicksand,
Yes.
especially if the river got up a little. Well, I got the old man's land all right, but the old woman moved right in there too with this small kid. And the house had been built by some sawmill people that had the sawmills all out of native lumber, and they had dug a great hole 20 feet deep, I judge, and 20 feet wide, was full of sawdust. Well, that sawdust got a fire down at the bottom, and it burned for 3 years. Smoke come out of the top of that sawdust for years. You think it's never going to stop. Well, anyhow, the old woman just moved over and stayed. And I had cleared at least an acre right above the house on flat, level ground right on the Cimarron bottom that I intended to put for a garden. Well, I went out there to plow for a garden, and the old lady came out, and she says, "You son of a gun, you told me I could stay here a reasonable time. And that's my garden." Said, "You stick a plow in that again and I'll shoot hell out of you." Oh, she talked, she was a fright, I'll tell you. She wasn't no bigger than Miss Burke, but she'd fight a buzz saw if she had it. She said that she was going to stay there in a reasonable time, and she'd like
How
to see
did you-
me put her off.
How did you get the house away from her?
Well, my wife and I slept upstairs in the house, right at the top of the stairs. And one night, after we'd been there quite a while after she told me what I could do, why, the old man came over there from town after some of his team or some of his plows that he had left there. And the river comes up suddenly, lots of times. Oh, not lots, but once in a while the river will come down 2 feet high in a wave. And the old man couldn't go back to the hotel where he still stayed. And he stayed too. The old woman and him were downstairs in 2 beds. The old woman had the smallest kid with her, and the old man in the other bed. Well, my wife and I heard a big racket. We slept right at the top of the stair. Heard a big rattle, and I thought I heard money a rattle on the floor. And the stove had round caps on the top for cooking, you know, take the lid off. I heard those stove lids rattling on the floor, and heard them both screaming, oh, just a hollering. Well, I got up. I thought the old man was a-killing the old lady. Well, I got up out of bed, and my wife grabbed me, grabbed my hand, said, "Don't you go down there. Don't you do it. You stay here. Leave me alone. Don't you go down there." Well, I stood at the top of the stairs, and in a minute the old lady came running up the stairs, crying and sobbing and shaking, trembling. Well, there was a cot in the room upstairs, and she didn't say a word, but she got in that cot. And in the morning, the old man told me that he had his pants hanging on the bedpost, and he said the old woman got his pants and robbed him. And his pocketbook fell out, and that was the money I heard rattling on the floor. And he said the darned old heifer did get $4 of my money. And she told my wife that his pocketbook fell out. She told my wife that the old man came and took the little kid out of her bed and put it in his. And they was fighting over that, and said that they had a terrible scrape.
Well, how did you get rid of them?
Well, I finally told, now the oldest boy of hers had sore eyes. He had a big wide hat and had it pulled down over his eyes all the time. And he seemed to have a little sense about him. And she had 4 or 5 other boys that was grown, and they had an old dilapidated organ. That's a machine to play, make music. Well, them other old boys would sit in the house and smoke and play that old organ, and they needed some wood for the old lady to build a fire. Well, the old lady would go out there and chop it. And I thought, what in the devil, why don't them boys do that? That's her mother. But they was the worthless outfit I ever seen. Well, I finally told this sore-eyed boy that if the old lady would move over to town, I'd pay 2 months' rent on a house for her, and I'd haul all of her things over there free if she'd move out. Well, she did, and that's the way I got rid of it.
So that's how you got that property.
There and chop it. And I thought, what in the devil? Why don't them boys do that? That's her mother. But they was the worthless outfit I ever seen. Well, I finally told this sore-eyed boy that if the old lady would move over to town, I'd pay 2 months' rent on the house for her, and I'd haul all of her things over there free if she'd move out. Well, she did, and that's the way I got rid of it.
So that's how you got that property then.
Well,
Now
when I got that property cleared off, I got a letter from a Negro lawyer, and he told me, and I heard it other ways, about the Creek Indians. See, that was in the Creek Nation.
Mm-hmm.
The Creek Indians were moved there from Georgia, and they had a lot of slaves. Now, Georgia was before the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
They could own Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the Indians had a lot of slaves that belonged to them,
Yeah.
the same as their horses.
Yeah.
Well, they moved them to the reservation there where we were. Well, now President Lincoln, he freed the Negroes. And he gave those Negroes that belonged to the Creek Indians the same amount of land as he did the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Every little child, every little nigger kid that was born inherited 40 acres of land.
Mm-hmm.
And if the child died, why, his parents could sell the land.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Negroes didn't want the land. They wanted the money. They didn't care nothing for the land. Well, a little child would die, and his parents would take it to Sapulpa. That's the county seat. I couldn't think of the town a while ago. Well, they would sign some kind of a paper, and they could sell its 40 acres.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I bought 40 acres from a Negro that way, and he took the child home to bury it, I suppose, take the corpse, and he gave it to another Negro. And the next day, another Negro back to Sapulpa, and he told
Use the same corpse.
he told the judge that that was his child. It didn't belong to them other Negroes, and he didn't have any trouble of getting permission to sell 40 acres of land for that child.
Mm-hmm.
Well, $10 an acre is the most that I paid any of them for 305 acres. And one corner of one place, the river cut off 5 acres. Well, they gave me 5 acres a mile and a half away on the top of a hill to make up for that 5 acres. So I had 305 acres of land. And in a few days after I had received the deed to 140, an oil man came along, John S. Greaves, and wanted to lease it. And he said he'd give me $10 an acre for a lease on it for a year. Well, I leased it to him, and he didn't keep it. He kept it a year, but he didn't drill on it. Well, he gave me the lease back with some other 40s that I had sold. Well, I made a lot of my money there nearly overnight with that land, and got it, a good deal of it cleared up, and it grew wonderful corn and stuff, and you could dig down 8 feet and get running water from the, it's sub-irrigated, you might say, and I leased the whole thing then to John B. Greaves for $10 an acre, and they drilled 30 little wells. They drilled 2 that made at least 10 barrels a day, and the third one, they invited myself and this John B. Greaves, the man that had the owner invited me to come over there and see them the day that they shot the well. They called that a blast at the bottom of it.
What was the name of that lease? Do you remember?
It was, no, it was John B. Greaves was the owner of the lease. At least it.
Sometimes they give names to those wells.
Well, these were small wells, 10 barrels a day, I guess, is as much as any of them made.
They were shallow wells.
Well, there's 2,000 feet on quite a ways. The last one that they drilled, they invited my wife and me and those kids that was living in town running the meat market then to come over there the day that they was going to shoot it. Well, we went. I already had a car by that time, you know. We drove over there to the land, and they had a tool house there, the driller had, and they had the team of horses to a big wagon that was already rigged up just to haul this explosive on. They had certain springs, you know, the least jar was dangerous.
Yeah.
Well,
Get me another. I need another cake. Go ahead.
There's quite a crowd of us there. My wife and I sat in the car. Oh no, my wife and the kids did, about 100 yards or so from the well, and I got behind the little shed that they had for their tools. And they got the tank. It looked like a long water heater. It was small to let down the well with the cable. They worked quite a little of that, but they wouldn't allow either of us to go any closer.
Yeah.
The man that, the boss of the shooter, the well shooter, they knew what they was doing, and they told us where we could stay. Well, they let it down and got all ready, and we was sitting there waiting and watching till it went off. Well, it was a minute, I guess, after they let that thing down till we heard the explosion, and a column of dust and oil went clear out over the top of the rig and rained down there 1.5 inches deep, over a half an acre around that well.
Then you were not only a peach grower and a meat market man, but now you were an oil man.
Big shot in the oil business.
Yes.
I never got less than $18, and I got as high as 105 every 2 weeks for 10 years off of the oil.
My goodness.
And I made that money easy.
Yes.
And everybody in Noble County was my friends. I liked them all. The big part of them had worked for me.
Yeah.
Well, if they was broke and didn't have money and they wanted some groceries or some hardware or anything I had, well, you pay me for it when you can. I didn't expect to get lots of it back. And in 20 years, I was dead broke.
How could that be?
$5,000. And I got a job on the construction of an airport there in Perry, 6 miles north of Perry. I worked on it a year, and then my boy Virgil owed the city $175 for water and lights. He was married and had a girl and a boy. The girl was his, he'd adopted it, but the boy was his. And he was in the Air Force and gone, and this bill was due to the city. Well, I worked that out on the streets in Perry, and they laid a water line out to the cemetery 1.5 miles southwest of Perry, and there were 60 of us worked on that line. They dug the ditch to lay the pipe, 2 inches pipe out there. Well, I dug 10 feet more than any one of the 60 digging that ditch. But I was out there a lot earlier than some of them, and probably later.
But you paid it all back,
Paid the last cent that anybody could claim that I owed them.
or your son?
I had an old car and a lot of butchering machinery and stuff, and I rented a lot and put that in it. And my wife and I started out here on the bus. I had an old car, but they couldn't get gasoline. They wouldn't sell gasoline then, you know, unless you had a certain excuse to buy gas.
During the war.
Yeah. When I got out here to Perry, I had one nephew.
I'm going to have to change the tape now. Rest just a minute. So you were on your way to California then? Was that it?
When?
When you, after you went broke and had paid off all of your debts,
Then
Work-
I started to California. I got a letter from California, or my wife did. She had some relative out here. I don't know what it was, but down about Los Angeles. And
did your children come out with you?
No, Virgil was in the Civil War, or was in the Air Force. The boy, and Sybil was working at the Superior Feed Mill. That's her husband, the picture of him there.
That's World War
My
II.
wife and I came out here alone.
That was World War II.
Yes, that was World War II.
During the Depression, after everybody had had a hard time.
First World War, the Kaiser was
Yeah.
the main thing, and
That's
this
right.
last one was Hitler.
And
Well, we came
Japanese.
out here during the last World War, and we couldn't get gas to drive a car, and we came on the bus. And when we got to Perry, or got to Modesto, at the bus station down here, my nephew's wife was waiting there for us, and she took us to the corner of the courthouse square where the bus stopped. And we got on the bus and came out to her house. And my sister was the man that owned the house, was his mother. His name was Lee Hughes. It's only 3 or 4 blocks down here. And Lee was a mechanic and a wonderful good one. He's well qualified, but he drank. He drank all his life. And he told us we could stay there with him until I could get a job. And his wife took advantage of it. She went visit them, and she left my wife to do the cooking and the washing, and my wife had lots of work to do. And he had a vacant lot right next to his house. He had 2 lots of house on one. The one next to it was vacant. It was full of Bermuda and weeds of all kinds, and hadn't been cultivated. Well, I got his spade and his wheelbarrow, and I fixed a screen. And I dug the Bermuda up and throwed it on that screen, and it would sieve the roots and the grass out. And my wife and I both worked out there till we got that lot cleared off nice. And I planted 200 tomato plants and a lot of rhubarb and a lot of other stuff that I got from the nursery. And I got a wonderful garden started on it.
was it easier to garden in California than it was in Oklahoma?
No, I've had wonderful gardens there by the wholesale. Well, I picked 13 bushel of tomatoes one morning and set them under a tree in front of the house. And then I had got a job at the meat plant, at the Anchor meat plant. And that evening when I came home, my nephew's wife had sold every bushel of them for 50 cents a bushel. Well, that was encouraging to me. The nephew, if it wasn't for his drinking, would have been a wonderful man. Well, thought I'd worked out there at the meat plant, and Vernie got a job in the cannery. And a fella came to sell me 2 lots and offered it to me for $4,000. And I had 3,100 that my wife's work and mine that we had saved had it in the bank. And my son Virgil from Europe sent his money that the government paid him to a bank here not in Modesto, it's in another state. I don't know where. But anyhow, he told me that if I wanted to buy the place, he'd loan me $1,000 of his money. That was 4,000 that the man asked, and I had 3,100. Well, we went to a real estate office, and I bought land, and it was one of the happiest days in my life, and my wife's too, when we moved into our own home,
In California.
just a few doors from where we had stayed for practically a year.
And how long did she live?
Did my wife
Yeah.
lived we came in 42 and she died in 52. She was out here 10 years. Yeah.
Well, when did you get into this business that you're in now, making all of these things?
Well, I was put out of the poultry business by the law. I would have had to have an inspector every time I thought about killing the chicken. And I had to have a different draining system under the room that I killed them in. And I had to have a different kind of a chicken picker and a different kind of a scalding vat to scald them in. And an inspector would come every 2 weeks, and he'd tell me what changes I'd have to make. Well, I seen I couldn't possibly do it, although I was furnishing about 20 stores their dressed poultry. Mrs. Burke here and her husband was helping me. He had a pickup, and he knew all the chicken ranches and everything, and we were getting along pretty good. I don't know just what, but Mrs. Burke done the bookkeeping, and some weeks we'd settle up and be $150 ahead, and some weeks not so much quite, but we was getting along nicely till the government put us out of business. Well, then I shut it up, and I commenced to making trinkets that I could sell. I got a lot of horns. I had saved some while I worked at the meat plant. Well, I could take a horn and scratch marks on it. And the little end of the horn, I would shape it with a file and a knife like a bird's head. And then on the back of the bird, I would scratch 2 notches sloping back to the tail and leave it stick out behind the rest of the leg. And on the bottom, I would cut slips and bend a little piece out there. I'd heat the horn first. I'd boil it and take it out while it was hot, and I could cut slits under there and a little smaller and make feet and legs. And I made some little wooden clamps that I could put there and hold it the way it was and cool it. And I made some of the nicest little toys, birds are sitting on their feet there. I could color them if I wanted to, and I sold quite a number of them. Now, Mrs. Clausen, Mrs. Clausen is the mother to those boys that I sold all that rope to. I got it acquainted with her, and I made 2 of them birds and gave them to her. And now on my 100th birthday, she invited me to come over there for my party. And I had 2 of them little birds sitting on the bench there for people to look at. I sent one of them to Sybil, my daughter in Oklahoma City.
Do you still make those?
No, I got so much other work I give that up, and now
Well,
I can't see good enough.
And now you're making you're sold out of Tommy Hawks. You said
Well, I
completely sold out.
got a lot of the blades paid for, but the man ain't made them and delivered them to me. I let him have over $50 worth of leather that I had paid cash for, and he was going to make the blades and delivered them to me right away. Well, that's been 2 months ago, and I can't get the blades.
Oh, that's a
I've
shame.
got a good notion to see a lawyer. Dean Price is a prominent lawyer, and I thought I'd see if he couldn't write this guy a letter and make him pay me for the leather or deliver them things,
right.
and I could.
Well, this during the Christmas time would be your best season with those.
Wonderful time. I've
Yeah.
had calls, I don't know how many, for several of them, and I've got.
But
the,
you are making the bridle reins.
and the whips.
You're braiding those. What kind of braiding is that?
Well,
What's the name of it?
I don't know unless you'd call this a diamond plait. You know, a diamond on a playing card is a mark. It's
Yes.
a square, but it's got a corner.
Oh, I see the diamond now.
Well, I call this a diamond plait.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's 2 different kinds of leather of any color. But
And this is
each one of them, this is 8. After I put the 2
uh-huh.
full plaits together, well, the rest of it is 8.
And you braid it with 8 instead of 4
No, I braid it with 4 clear up to here.
here.
Well,
And
then I
then
run the 2 together. And
Yeah.
2 4s makes 8. You see.
right.
But I can't make it the same as it's 8, but still the plaits are the same on 4 sides of it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the diamonds on it. Those show very plainly.
I think that
Here's the diamond.
most of these that I'm making is for women or some rich people that likes to show off.
Well, they probably ride in parades
Yes,
and things
ma'am.
like
That's
that.
the most of it.
Hold it right there. Let me.
I'm going to have a whip on the end of it here.
Yes, I see
this
where you
will
have
hang right over the
where you have
saddle
put the handle.
I put the wooden stick in here to hold this much of it stiff, and I'll make that for the handle and the rest of it for the lash. I
Yeah.
won't have it but very little longer than that to cut it off.
Well,
here.
where do you get all of these leathers?
I get
They're such beautiful colors.
practically
Stand
all of
over
this.
there and let's get some pictures of some of these beautiful colors.
Well,
in the
I
leather.
haven't got any beautiful, as they call it. I'm out, and I've ordered some, but they didn't have it at present.
Oh, I think this is a gorgeous
See, right in
color.
there is a piece of blue, isn't
That
it?
one didn't take. That
Didn't-
last one I
Little
didn't.
blue
Let's
piece.
get, you want to get that whip again?
All right.
Have him hold this right up here. I think it's
Okay.
better
I
to
wish
see
I
where you
had
work.
some nice red.
Hold that up there so that we can see it real good. And I'll hold the diamond part so they can see the diamonds on it.
Well, if I had this finished, it would be nice to see the lash and all, but
Well, here's the handle. We can tell where that is.
Yeah, separate those 2 things at the top there so you can see how they, like that. Yeah, that's the way.
that store downtown, they've got several pair down there, I think. Mrs. Burke took a pair just a day or so ago.
And so you're selling these now, right along.
Yes.
Good.
Right along.
And
The whips, that's probably
and
all the merchandise I have on hand at
I
present.
want to show off 2 or 3 different kinds of your canes too. Let me get them for you.
Well, there's only 2 kinds there, practically. Let me get one of these kind of whips too, then.
All right.
The one farthest over there is 8, is 12 feet long.
You know, I wonder if we might
And that one,
you're through.
the other side of the picture, I have to get around in there.
Here, I'll get that.
And that one then is the,
12-foot.
that's the bullwhip,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it's 12 feet long. Okay.
This is another pair of cheaper bridle reins. It's made out of cheaper leather, but I sell it cheaper.
Yeah.
That's
About
what
how much do you get for one of
I
these
get
big old
$15 for
$15
12 feet long.
for a 12-foot one?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's worth it.
And for the 8-foot one, I get $12.
Uh-huh. $8 and $12.
Now, when you're ready,
I should have an 8-foot picture too. But I haven't.
Just go ahead with these and I'll come back to that.
On the leather.
Having time with me.
I guess Mrs. Burke took the 8-foot one that I had home with her. Or here. That's the one you just laid down there.
Uh-huh. Yes.
that's one I got off of from the other side of the
He
picture.
wants to get a picture of it.
Well, now, why don't you go ahead and finish there, and then we'll just photograph.
Well, where he
Well-
is, better take it while he's up.
All right.
This is called a bullwhip, is it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a drover's whip.
A drover's whip,
That
of
would
course.
be the proper name.
Yes. I noticed on your advertisement at the front that you had the bullwhip, and I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
supposed that was it.
Let's see.
It's the same as the drovers used to driving herds across
Yes.
the territory.
And it's long like that so that they could reach far out with
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Have him look at you if you can.
All right, turn this way just a little bit. That's good.
All
And-
right.
And now this one is the 8-foot
Take
one.
me a minute.
That ain't the kind that I like to recommend.
It isn't.
Mm-mm.
You,
It's not the Indian town.
I'm out of film.
I thought I had an 8-foot one here finished. Okay, not in the shed there.
I think it's up on the wall there. Isn't that it right over here?
No, ma'am, that's not the Indian town. That's a cheaper kind.
It's called the Indian tan then.
This is just ordinary leather that I got from Napa here.
I see. Then it's different in the way the leather is tanned.
Yes, ma'am. This is far cheaper than the Indian tan, and it's not durable like the Indian tan.
You mean the Indian tan is the one that you tan like you used to?
Yes, ma'am. That's the 12-foot one is, but these are not.
Uh-huh.
This leather was tanned up here at Napa.
Yeah.
Those are both. I could take $6 a piece for them instead of 12.
And
With the
still come
Indian
out.
Tan.
Mm-hmm.
Cost me about $6.70 worth of leather to make a whip, and
Well,
I
you-
get $12 for it.
That's your
And
labor.
This would cost me about $2, probably not that much a piece for the leather,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't want to sell it for a high price too, because it wouldn't do the
It isn't the Indian.
no.
Tan.
And then if kids would leave it in the grass and get it wet and drag it in the dirt, and the sand would cut them out right away, and then they'd have to oil them and stretch them and never be as nice again.
Wouldn't be
Pull
as
this one up here. This is the 8-foot one? No. Well, why don't you go ahead and hold some of these? Let's get different colors here. They'll come out
Okay.
slightly better.
Yeah, is this the Indian
Yes,
tan?
ma'am.
Now this is the good one.
Oh, I see.
This is the Indian tan.
Yes, that's
Well,
the
here, let's
best
do
of
it
all.
like this then. You can hold them, or you can hold it one like this, so I can...
All right, now we have them with the Indian tan on your arm and the cheaper one
Yes, ma'am.
on my hand then.
Yes, ma'am.
And the walking cane, both of them, are ones that you have made.
Yes. All of these I've made.
Yes. Where do you get those pretty heads for them?
I get that plastic by the gallon.
Oh, and you make the
It's
heads
liquid.
too.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you make all of it.
The plastic is liquid, and there's two kinds. So a little bottle full of some, I forget the name of it, but you mix a few drops of that with the plastic,
And it
and
makes
then
it,
keep it at right temperature while it hardens out on there.
and that's the way you mold it then.
Yes, ma'am. I put it in the bottom of a glass
Mhm.
and put the penny in there upside down if I want to, then hang the can above it
Uh-huh.
right in the bottle. A lot of it are made in baby food jars.
Oh,
and then
yes.
you can't get it out until you break the bottle.
That's right.
But then most of them I got little glass that tapered and they could raise the
Mhm.
glass right out.
That made a better mold for
Yes,
it then.
ma'am.
Uh,
The trouble that I have had with them, with all of that plastic, the cane is very slow to dry and still shrinks after you think you have it dry.
that's the sinews,
No, yes, it's
the bull
the body
sinews.
part.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when it shrinks after I put the plastic on it, why, it shrinks, but the steel rod doesn't.
Of course.
Well, you see, that forces the steel
That's
rod up. Now, you can feel right here the edge of this penny. The steel rod don't shrink and the rest of it does. Well, that makes the steel rod stick up,
Yes,
and that's what breaks the plastic.
I see.
It breaks it or cracks it
Mhm.
if it isn't dry enough.
How long
And
does
it
it
takes
take?
ought to be a year of drying, getting ready.
Really?
You
Yeah.
folks,
Let him get his hand off, though.
Is that a kind of a dehydrating process, or?
when you folks care to take a few steps out in the backyard,
How long
and
does
it
it
takes
take?
ought to be a year of drying, getting ready.
Really?
You
Yeah.
folks,
Let him get his hand off, though.
Is that a kind of a dehydrating process, or?
when you folks care to take a few steps out in the backyard, I'll show you a whole lot of them that I'm getting
More like that.
dehydrated right now.
All
I
right.
guess there's 25 out there at least.
Yes, we'd
You can
like to
see.
see those. And that's the sinews, the bull
Yes,
sinews
ma'am.
that you buy.
I got the foreman on the killing floor at these Orvis Brothers slaughterhouse, wholesale butchers, to save them for me. If he wants to, he could freeze them and keep them a long period.
Yes.
But he brings them every week, and they're not frozen.
Yeah.
Well, then I work all night. Nearly every time he brings them. He brought 21 one time, and lots of time bringing me 12, and 10 is as little, I guess, as he ever has brought me. a
And
week.
you have to dehydrate all that.
Yes, I'm going to have to cut, well, say, average 3 pounds of fat and gristle and separate skins. Now, there's a lot of tissue. It's thin, and it's not the outside skin, but it's laid in layers around that.
Mhm.
And it's hard to cut off, especially dangerous for cutting your hands. I've cut my fingers, all of them, several times, and be a long while. It's so thin, and you have to have a razor-sharp knife to shave it off, and then it'll peel around, then you'll have to cut more and
Mhm.
peel it. I work an hour at least getting the things ready to dry.
Yes.
And then Mrs. Burke has helped me several nights when I hated to let her go out there with me. She has to get up on a box and stand there and run down through the top of this thing. I'll show you folks if you care to go out there.
You like to see that?
Well,
Yes,
there's
you-
a lot of them
you take a
drying
picture.
right now.
Help him.
They'll dry for a week or two. Now the crooked handled ones, I can finish way before I can the long ones.
The plastic one.
Because when they bend over, why the rod don't stick out.
That's right.
And don't.
He wants to get a picture of your drying house.
Oh, it ain't no. You see, but I don't think
He'll
it's
go.
worth taking a picture of.
He's going with you for you to show him. And I'll cut this off.
It's,
I'd like to know about the letter from Governor Reagan and also from President Johnson.
well, I think I could find the one from Johnson pretty quick. I think I can.
What would you do? What did you do for President?
Sent him a present of a 30-foot lariat that I had made altogether myself. And he wrote me a very nice letter, signed it at the bottom. Well, a certain signature, President Johnson, and thanked me, and I forget what all it
Uh-huh.
said.
Well, that was wonderful. I know you treasured that. And did you make one for Governor Reagan also?
Yes, I made just a bullwhip and sent to him and got a nice answer. And one of the best letters, financial part of the deal, was from actor Burl Ives.
Yes.
You've heard of him?
Oh, yes.
He sent me order for a 16-foot whip and a 12-foot one and two of these walking canes. Anyhow, his bill was $91. And
My.
he said he had bought a ranch in New Mexico and for me to mail the stuff to New Mexico. And he wished me long, happy life for the rest
Why,
of it.
of
And so
course.
on.
Well, I know that
I never collected anything from the big, like President Johnson.
yes.
or
No,
any
that
of
was
those.
your gift to
I
him.
sent them free, but this Burl
Uh-huh.
Ives, his secretary, I guess, or a girl that works for him, wrote me the letters that Mr. Ives wanted them. And told
They
me
were
where
real
to send
orders.
them for him.
Hmm.
But
And you just had one big order. Miss Burke told me that you had just finished a $2,000
oh,
order.
no, it wasn't all at once. See, I've sold them rope for several years.
Yes.
Maybe,
But I thought there
maybe $200 worth at a time. I think that's the biggest.
But one company had bought that much.
Yes,
That's
they changed the name of the company. Now it was the Clausen Trucking Company. Well, now they've got a whole lot of trucks, and they moved to a different place, and it's the AE Equipment Company. I don't think that they have the trucks to sell, but they call it the Equipment Company.
uh-huh.
The two Clausen boys, Jim is the oldest one, the youngest one's Larry, and their mother is a good friend of mine.
Uh-huh.
She's the one I give the birds to,
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Mrs. Clausen.
Hill, hand me that walking cane there with the leather top.
No idea how much rope I've sold to other people. They come for a long time. Every day I'd sell some fellows that pulls trees down, rope to cut the tops out of tall trees, and ropes for boats, and even 47-foot boats. Man came and he bought a lot of it. And then I sold a whole lot of 2-inch rope, big, made it in a square braid. Now, see, when they put great big tiling together, maybe the tiling's 6 feet big. At the ends, there's a bell shape for the next one to fit in. Well, I made a lot of rope for them to pack in that bell shape to hold it tight as packing. Well, then they melt lead or something and pour in over that, and that keeps it from leaking and so on. I made quite a lot of that. I must have sold $200 worth of that at one time.
I want to get one of these walking canes to take to Mr. Penn Woods, the gentleman who is my superior.
Yeah.
He doesn't like for me to say my boss, but the gentleman who sent me out here to interview you, he and Dr. Easterling, and I would like for them to have a piece of your work.
Well, I'm
I
not very proud of.
like this one.
See, now this, well, that ain't so bad either, but I
Well,
was
this is
afraid
all
that
right.
the end of the rod that stuck up in there.
Well, he'll probably put it up in his office on the wall or
That's
someplace.
a little bit short too, but I believe that's the only one that I've got with exactly that leather head on.
That's what I like about it.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Well, I
How-
fixed
are-
one for a man.
How much are these?
I get $5 a piece.
All right, this
One
one's
with
sold.
the leather head on the other day, but I'm ashamed of it. It's one that I sold to the man a long while ago, and that rod had spoiled it. And he brought it back to see if I could fix it. Well, I couldn't put another plastic head on it.
No.
but I tried to fix that with leather, but I got a miserable job on it.
Well, it looks
That's
fine.
a good deal longer than the one that you had there.
How tall is he?
Oh, I think that one I have would just be fine.
You
I'm
do,
pleased
sure?
with it. Yes.
Well, I hate to charge you anything for it,
No,
lady.
of course you will. I've taken so much of your time, but I do appreciate it,
Well,
Mr.
my
Workling.
time is very worthless. very
I've
cheap.
enjoyed it so much, and you'll be hearing from us. We've enjoyed it. I've just talking with you,
Well,
and I hope that you have a happy birthday.
well, thank you,
That's
lady.
coming up January the 2nd now,
Yes, ma'am,
and
pretty
that
soon.
marks 105.
Yes, from 1868 to 1963.
73.
Yes, 73, I mean.
That's a good while.
That's a good while. I've seen so many little kids that I used to know and now meet them, and I can't believe myself. Well, that woman wrote me a letter thanking me so much for her baby, that I had saved its life by giving her goat milk for it. And went on and told me all about it, that her baby couldn't eat, would throw up what it would eat. And I gave her some goat milk.
And that was a long time ago.
She said now that baby's 6 feet tall and got 6 children of his own.
That must have been
The
when.
letter's there someplace Mrs. Burke could find it. The woman's got the baby that I had saved its life. She brought it down to the meat market when it was
This was in
two,
Perry.
2 months old, and it weighed less than it did when it was born. And it'd throw up every bit that she could get it to eat. But when she got some of that, it went to sleep right away, and she thought it had died, and phoned for the doctor, and he came and they woke up and wanted some more milk.
Well.
And since that, why, now he's 6 feet
Great
tall
big
and got
fella.
6 children.
I know that makes you feel good to think of the good things that you've done, Mr. Workling.
Well, it don't make me ashamed of myself.
No,
lady.
it doesn't, not a bit. And I understand, too, that you have never had to accept help from anybody.
No, nobody.
That you
Not-
don't
not
believe
if
in it.
that I intended to. Now, you, for instance, I hate like everything to take the money from you.
Why,
I'd
of
rather
course.
just
This
give
is a
it to
that's
you.
a regular business deal.
I know it is, but for anybody, a man the other day gave me some stuff. He's a dairyman, and it was it's a product of milk. I forget what they call it. It's YUG
Yogurt.
yogurt. Well, he gave me 7 of those bottles, and he wanted to make me a present of it. And I told him, no, I won't take it, but I'll pay you for it. And he said, well, the company that he sold his milk to had gave it to him for $1.30. Well, I told him I'd give him the $1.30 anyhow. And so I did. I wouldn't take it. But I liked this stuff, and I'd give him $1.30 more if they sent some more to me.
So even during the Depression, you didn't accept help
I
from.
never accepted help. Now, when I left Perry,
You
after
worked
I
on
was broke,
you worked on the streets though to pay
I
that.
paid everything, even 175 that my boy owed the city for water and lights, and he was in Europe someplace during the war.
I wish we
Well,
had
the
more
two
like that,
boys-
Mr. Workling.
Brought a petition to me, a paper. I couldn't read it or didn't try to. It was a petition for an old age pension.
It was application for
I
your.
was 76,
Mhm.
and I told them to take it and go to hell with it. And I never have accepted any gifts unless it was
I think.
particular friends
That's-
that really owed it to me, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's right to collect your just debts, but I admire you very much for your independence and for earning your own way at 104.
Well, I'm kind
Now,
of
that's
proud of it.
something.
I don't believe there's another man in Modesto, or possibly not in California, that still pays his own expenses and don't ask anybody for
At that
assistance.
age, I'm sure that's true.
Now, Mrs. Burke does lots of things for me. Brings me food, nice too. Some of it very expensive that
Well,
I
it's
wouldn't
one-
think of buying. But
It's wonderful that
Still.
she's here to help you with your writing and your bookkeeping and things
when
like
I
that.
sold that property, I had those 2 lots paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I sold them for $12,000, $1,000 down,
Mm-hmm.
and $11,000 at 5% interest. And he was to pay $50 a month. Well, now I know and am sure that I ain't going to live very short time. And Mrs. Burke does lots for me, but every cent I get, I put it in the bank, or she does, in her name and mine.
Mhm.
And whenever I kick off, why, it's hers. And
Well, she has
does
certainly
things
done so much for you.
I like her
Yes,
just like I would a daughter.
that's right.
She's 65 and I'm old as
Well, she's
the
a
hills.
lovely person. I met her yesterday and talked
did?
with her.
Well, she's quick and active and willing and helps me any time I need her in anything.
Well, she's very proud of you and of your work. I talked with her from Oklahoma City before I
Yeah,
came out
from
here.
Oklahoma City,
And,
that's so.
I wanted to know where you were and whether it would be all right at this time and so
you
on.
going back to Oklahoma City?
Yes. I'll
I
visit.
wish that you'd do me a favor, just
Yes.
for fun. Call up Jerry Marshall.
Let me get that address. Well, I'll get it in a minute for my pencil in here right now. I'll get
Call
it
up
though.
Jerry Marshall. He's the president at the Liberty National Bank.
I'll see if I can locate Mr.
Well, you
Marshall
just-
and tell him.
Just tell him that you have interviewed me and that I'm living all by myself, but I'm getting along pretty well.
All
And I
right.
hope him the best of success.
All
And
right.
then there's one, his name is Jim Hall. He married Sybil's daughter.
Yeah.
They've got 3 or 4 children.
Yeah.
And I've got a letter from his little girl and and a Christmas card and had Mrs. Burke answer it.
That's good.
And Jim Hall, got a nice little box with his shirt packed in it a few
Oh.
days ago.
That's the reason this pretty shirt's being worn then for the pictures.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, a funny thing, or one that I didn't like so well. I thought that Jerry, this banker, could hang up one or two of those whips in the bank office
Yes.
with my name and something on it, and it would be an advertisement for me. And Bob Marshall also could put some up in that big feed mill. And I sent him about $200 worth of whips and these canes by mail. I forget just exactly what the postage and all was, but the post office, the postage was about $6. I sent him the stuff to Jerry Marshall, or is to Bob Marshall, that's Sybil's husband. Well, they didn't seem to like it. They seemed to be on a half an inch thicker, more in different pages in it, and 3 pictures on the cover. It's Jerry and 2 other men, and Jerry Marshall was the head of a certain department, and the other 2 were the same.
Yes.
Well, I had it here.
Well, I'll see if I can find him for you.
Well, if
and
you
I'll
could,
tell him
there's
that I've
nothing
been
you
out
could
here.
Tell him only that I hope him a happy Christmas and nice luck with his
I'll
kids.
do
and tell him that.
Well, it's
my-
been such a pleasure to talk with you.
Oh, thank you. You might say
So
that.
far as we know, you are the only living homesteader from that run.
Well, I
the
don't
only
know, I'm
man.
sure, but
Well, so far as we have been able to find out.
well, the last time
So
I
that's
was
the
there,
reason
there
we
was
were.
3 of us 7 years ago, and 3 years ago I was the only one.
Well,
The other
that's
2
the
had
reason that we were so anxious to get your story and all of your life,
Well.
because we wanted to keep it. Since you are the last chance that we'll have of ever getting this, and you
Well.
have such a clear memory, the best thing to do was for us to come out here and talk with you.
Sure.
Well, thank
just
you.
tell Jerry that you had met me and my conversation and everything was regular and suitable.
I'll do that.
And that he needn't to be ashamed of me.
I'll do that. I really will. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, lady.
I've
Very so much.
I've enjoyed it so much.
Thanks a million.
This has been an extended interview, January the 21st and the 22nd, with Mr. Orlando Workling. So far as we know, he is the only living homesteader from the 1893 run. His homestead was, and his claim was near Perry, where he lived for about 50 years. It has been a most pleasant time with him. We've enjoyed him so much, and he has been so cooperative with the pictures and the questions that I have asked. He's a wonderful, wonderful person. Signing off, Mary B. Roberts, interviewer, Modesto, California. January the 22nd, about noon, 1972. Thank you.